the value and role of HR scorecard. We're going to discuss the difference between leading and lagging indicators and as measures of HR effectiveness. We are going to identify components of the HR scorecard and then also understand a bit about key performance indicators or performance drivers and enablers that constitute the HR deliverables. And then, of course, we are going to develop some HR scorecard tool, or we are going to look at how a scorecard would look like finally. Now, what's the purpose of any organization? As we know very well, organizations are made of people and the business within which they are doing, or the business or the entity or the kind of economic activity they are doing. And most of the time you find that businesses want to make profit, they want to satisfy stakeholders, they want to maintain corporate social responsibility, which comes out as a corporate social initiative from the output or from what an organization wants to look like when it finally brands itself. Businesses want to develop a brand identity, they want to maintain a brand, they want to also be a going concern to continue being there. So we are saying that all this is done through performance. And when you talk about all this is done through performance, this performance is not just a one-stop shop. It's an ongoing kind of exercise. And out of performance, we'll see that there's some output and there are results. And when we talk about performance, we're talking about the quality, the standards, the measures, all those things put together. And then, of course, what is the result? Quality aspect, what is the result? Okay. So what gives an overall picture about performance of a company? What would give an overall picture? It's like a dashboard. It's like a, sometimes we say it is like a bar chart somehow, or it is like a pie chart, a bar graph, something like that. Sometimes we look at it and we are able to look at it at a snapshot and say, oh, okay, so this is how this company is operating. If it is a production company, we'll be seeing how the pie chart is going or how the graph is flowing. Then we'll be knowing that, yeah, this year it was okay, second year good, third year it is now slumping down and all that. So through this, we also look at it differently in terms of a scorecard. So we are saying that what gives an overall picture about the performance of a company is actually a balanced scorecard. Now, the name Balance Scorecard comes from the idea of looking at strategic measures in addition to traditional financial measures to get a more balanced view of performance. So here it is more about performance, and what we are looking at is actually the more balanced view, where we are going to be looking at the financial aspect and of course the other traditional aspects in terms of employee behaviors, but more related or more aligned to the employee for that matter. So the Balance Scorecard is a management tool that provides stakeholders with a comprehensive measure of how the organization is progressing towards achieving goal. Like we said again, organizations are operating because we have stakeholders, we have shareholders who want to understand how is it going? Is it doing very well? Is it doing badly? And more related to the financial aspect. But this financial aspect cannot be achieved unless there's the human aspect in it. And the human aspect is the people that perform or the people that do the work. So let's look at the Balance Scorecard system elements. So we are saying some of the elements are this: engaged leadership, interactive communication, and change management. Organization, mission, vision, and values also would form an element of that. Organization's pains, the weaknesses of an organization, the enablers, some of the strengths of this organization would also form a system element. Customers, stakeholders, they have something that is in it for them within that organization. And then, of course, the employee value proposition in terms of managing the employees and seeing how well or how satisfied they are. Perspectives, strategic themes and strategic results are going to be part of that. Strategic objectives and the strategy map are going to be part of that. Performance measures, targets, thresholds, strategic initiatives, blah, blah, up to the evaluation. These are just some of the system elements, but we'll look at them going forward to understand exactly what we mean. Now, how do we then get to understand a Balance Scorecard? We are saying that a Balance Scorecard, Balance Scorecard links, I'm trying to move there. Okay, a Balance Scorecard links performance measures by looking at the business strategic vision. So every organization operates, and it is really important that an organization operates with a vision. This vision is actually the dream. What do you want to be? you want to be a leading Pan-African, you want to be the world-class entity, you want to be, ABCD. So that's your vision. You are here, yes, but you want to move from that where you are to a better place in terms of financial, in terms of customers, in terms of innovation, in terms of learning, and even the internal business processes. So when we look at the Balance Scorecard, we're going to be looking at 4 perspectives that support that or that work towards attainment of or making a Balance Scorecard work well for any organization. So now let's understand this Balance Scorecard. And we can only do that by saying that how does it work? How does a Balance Scorecard work? One, it balances financial and non-financial measures. Financial measures, non-financial, it balances that. That is why we said again, it's balanced. Financial and other aspects, traditional aspects of just behavioral and all that. It balances short-term and long-term measures. Strategy in terms of an organization. Sometimes you find that organizations have a strategic plan that goes 5 years, 10 years, 2 years. So, and others have 1 year. So it can be short-term, long-term, and then of course the measures that are in between. It also balances performance drivers, leading indicators. Leading indicators are indicators that we are going to be looking at some point in the slides, so you get to understand exactly what they are. And then we also will be looking at the outcome measures, which are like the lagging indicators. They talk about the outcome. The leading talk about the more predictive. So then we say it should also contain just enough data to give a complete picture of organizational performance and not more. Sometimes you find that you are putting too much information into something, so it becomes, you can even be overwhelmed with the information and not know even what to measure and what not to measure. So for a Balance Scorecard, it will come in handy in terms of just picking a few parameters that should be contained in that at that point in time for every organization. And we said organizations are unique. So each organization will have its own Balance Scorecard in terms of understanding or knowing what its strategy is. So they can never be the same. So another thing is it leads to strategic focus and organizational alignment. Strategic focus. You have a focus of sorts because you have a strategy you want to work towards or you want to achieve. So you work towards achieving that in terms of alignment of what you have and what you really, or where you are and where you want to be. Okay, so the 4 perspectives of a Balance Scorecard are here. The 4 first perspectives of a Balance Scorecard are here. And we talk about them in terms of, understanding the financial aspect, the customer aspect, the internal process, and the learning and growth. So what we are saying here basically is, when we talk about the financial aspect, we are talking about what organizations would be doing to satisfy their stakeholders, to satisfy their donors, to satisfy the people who have interest in the organization. So a question to be asked here would be how to satisfy our customers or our constituents, what financial regulations must we accomplish? That is some of the questions any organization would be, or anyone would be asking. And then you look at now the customers. To achieve our vision, what customers' needs must we serve? That is some of the things we look at when we're looking at the Balance Scorecard. What customer needs? How are we supporting or managing the needs of these customers? And then, of course, we have the internal processes where we are saying to satisfy customer stakeholders and in which business processes must we excel. Understanding the business processes where we must excel in. That is, we have so many business processes. We are going to look at them again deeply at some point. And then, of course, we have to get to understanding the learning and growth. That is achieving goals. In terms of achieving goals, how must we learn to communicate and even grow? That is within ourselves as the organization. And all this is linked to the people aspect where we are saying people must be the ones who have to undertake some learning and growth. And if they undertake some learning and growth, it means they are going to make the business processes better, or they are going to align their skills with the business processes, which must become better. And if the business processes are better, it means the customer is going to be satisfied. And if the customer is satisfied, they're going to buy more. So then it gets us to the financial perspective where we are saying that we are accomplishing something depending on as per our objective. Yeah. Okay. So then we start looking at the modern balance scorecard. We are saying that we have now these perspectives in terms of where it comes all the way to where it goes. I'm not so sure whether this is what I wanted to present. Just you'll bear with me. I think I'm presenting a slide that was not the intended slide. Just let me reconfirm. Give me 2 minutes. I just reconfirm whether that's the slide I really was supposed to be presenting, because I'm seeing something missing. Something is missing. That's it. I'll have to, excuse me. Excuse me. Let me just get it. Okay, fine. Can you see what I'm presenting now?
No. Yeah, not yet.
Okay, let me just get to it. Sorry about this, but I'm just getting there. I need some little help then. I think I'm stuck somewhere. Do I have to quit and start afresh or what now?
No, you don't quit. You go to share. You want to share?
I want to share, yes.
Yeah, you do the same way you did. You go to share.
I can't get the share, whatever.
It is at the bottom of your...
I'm not seeing it. I don't know why. I'm missing it.
So let's continue.
But I want to pick the slide. Can you see the slide now?
No.
You can't see the slide. I think there's a problem. I can't. Can I leave and start again?
It's all right.
Okay, let me just leave and start again. Sorry about that. Hello? Hello? Okay, sorry about something happening. I'm not so sure. I'm using a different machine, and I think there's some challenge. Sorry about that, but that is the new normal. So we have to continue learning how to get better each day. Now, I hope we are all hearing me and all can get to see the slide. So what I was now trying to explain is that in terms of a balance scorecard, we have the 4 perspectives that get to help us, yeah? These 4 perspectives are the financial perspective, the customer perspective, the internal process, and the learning and growth perspective. Where we are saying that in terms of financial perspectives, the question we'll be asking ourselves is how to succeed financially, how do we appear to our shareholders in terms of the revenue, the expense, the net income, the cash flow, and the asset values which we'll be having as an organization. This depends on each organization per se. Then in terms of customer perspective, the question we'll be asking ourselves is to achieve our vision, what customer needs must we serve? So in terms of customers, we are looking at their satisfaction, customer retention, market share, and brand strength. Then we also have the other perspective of learning and growth. So in terms of learning and growth, we're going to be looking at in terms of us achieving our goals, how must we learn to communicate and grow as an organization and with our team members? So we'll be looking at employee satisfaction, employee turnover, employee skills, and employee education. Then there's something called internal processes. Now the processes that would be in an organization. The question to answer there is to satisfy our customers and stakeholders, in which business processes must we excel? That business process will be looking at the inventory, the orders, how do we order, the lead time, the cycle time, the quality control, even the resource allocation. So all these perspectives kind of interlink to each other, because we are saying that in as much as we are talking about learning and growth, so long as the employee is satisfied, they'll be able to work well in terms of even aligning themselves to the internal processes. And if the internal processes are good, you'll find that they are satisfying the customer needs because it's actually real time. And when the customers are satisfied, you'll find that they are buying more and making now your financial perspective even boosts the financial perspective. That's all I'm trying to say in terms of the bigger balance scorecard or the balance scorecard. So we are saying that modern balance scorecards show how each perspective builds on previous one. Like I've said again, if you train your employees and build a culture of information sharing, that is now under learning and growth, they will make your company run even more smoothly through the internal processes, because the processes are well defined, so they operate more smoothly. And a better running business, of course, takes better care of its customers. And when customers are happy, the more you sell. And the more you sell, the more you achieve, because like we said, businesses also get to want to grow in terms of making money, being profitable, and all that. So let's look at the importance of a balance scorecard just briefly. We are saying it provides every organization with a clear, cohesive performance measure, understood as at all levels. It gives you, it's like a dashboard. When you are in a car driving, sometimes you even look at the gauge and you can see the fuel levels and all that. And when there's a problem, sometimes you find the dashboard is all red or the battery is not charging, it is showing there. So that is how a Balance Scorecard would be looking at. It also provides organizations a structured methodology of using performance measurement information, yeah, to help set agreed upon performance goals and allocate and prioritize resources, confirm or change current policy or program directions to meet the goals. Like we are saying again, if these four perspectives are interlinked in terms of what is it you are doing to enable you perform or enable you match your goal, then you will find that there are aspects of matching, trying to reorganize, trying to change a few things here and there so you can meet the goals and report success at some point in time. It also helps to provide a framework for translating an organization's strategic objective into a set of performance indicators distributed among perspectives. Like we've said again, the financial perspective, the customer, the internal processes, and the learning and growth. Then it helps organizations to monitor both current performance in terms of those perspectives and the efforts to also improve. Because by the time you're measuring success, you now really know where you are and where you are going, or where you are and the progress within which you are making with the resources that are available, or whether now you're not being cost effective as initially thought. Why a Balance Scorecard? There are two main reasons why we use Balance Scorecard. Two reasons. One, it has a cause and effect kind of aspect where it works on the principle of cause effect, and it's easier to influence the longer term results by understanding the causes that will bring about a long-term results, causes that will bring about the long-term results. And then it also balanced. It helps to provide a balanced performance management strategy or system to the organization. So it has a cost, and then it has the balance aspect. And then in terms of this balance aspect, we said that it can be taking care of the long-term and the short-term aspects. It is talking about the financial and the non-financial aspects in that manner. So then when we get to understanding that in terms of the cause and effect, we look at what drives performance. Like we said again, when learning and growth is good and is better and has been enhanced, it means the employees are going to use the skills that they've already achieved to reduce uneven cycle time, to increase productivity, and to minimize on costs. And once this is happening, it means now the customer perspective is also being achieved through maybe the pricing, maybe the service being delivered to the customers, and the quality of products that is being given to them. Then, of course, it gets now back to the finance aspect, where we are saying that at that point in time, you'll find that the organization is becoming profitable, it is growing, and shareholders' value is also like it's good and healthy. And out of that, it means now the organization vision is being achieved. So when the organization is being achieved, they are looking at the financial aspect, looking at the customer aspect, looking at the internal processes, and back to the learning and growth. So it is a cycle kind of thing in terms of how it operates when we want to look at the cause and effect aspect of it. So how do we then create a Balance Scorecard? We look at some of the strategic objectives. And strategic objectives, like we said, it also depends on every organization. What strategic objective do you want to arrive at as an organization? Some of them would be reducing injuries, improving call time, increase profits, and all that. I know we have several. We are going to look at them individually so we get to understand, or you can think about it in terms of your organization. So what is key for you at that point in time? So a strategic objective will have different strategic objectives, but all can be good. Let me just give you an example of how we can get to that. You can start with describing it with using a verb. When you want to look at a strategic objective, use a verb. A verb here is an action word where we are saying to improve, to reduce, to optimize, to maximize, to minimize error, all those things. You'll find that it involves doing something. Then it also must be actionable. Keep it off your Balance Scorecard if it's not actionable. And then it should be endless. It should be a continuous thing. So it is not an event and one-time thing. It's a continuous thing. And then it should also be measurable, where we are saying it must be having some quantifiable aspects. Yeah. And when we talk about quantifiable aspects, we are saying something you can measure and even like get to achieve it. So it must be quantified to enable you get to best practice and to enable you get to understanding of getting the results you might really want to get. So what is the value of measurement? And why is performance measurement important to the success of business? Like we said, why you cannot what you cannot inspect what you can't measure. That's very, very practical. You can't inspect what you can't measure. It's very, very important that you measure it. So when you inspect, you know where you are. Because if the plan was here and what is being achieved is different, then we'll be thinking, okay, there's a problem here. And you look at what are issues that are bringing in that problem. So it focuses on results other than the behaviors and activities. It also aligns organizational activities, processes to the goals of the organization. And then the measurements also cultivate a system-wide long-term view of the organization and produces meaningful measurements. When you measure, you are able to really then to understand. You can measure in percentages, you can measure in numbers. It's just like saying now employee turnover. How do you measure turnover? Something like that. How do you measure turnover in terms of, how do you measure even like discipline cases per year, per month? Then what, at what levels, which particular discipline cases, you know, so such kind of things. So like we are saying, you can only inspect what you measure. So types of performance measures can be grouped into two basic types. Those that relate to results, like we said earlier, output and outcomes such as competitiveness or the financial aspect, and those that focus on the determinants of the results, the inputs, the quality, the flexibility, and the utilization or innovation in terms of what is happening. So measures of performance of a business usually embrace 5 fundamental but interlinking areas: money, output, customer, innovation, and of course the human aspect. So let's go a little faster so we are not caught up with time. Now then, let's talk about performance measures, where we are saying it's important that performance measurement framework allows managers to ask the following questions. So when we're talking about performance, we're talking about, like we said again, productivity in terms of output and then in terms of results. So again, when we talk about performance, we're supposed to be looking at our shareholders from a financial perspective. How do we look at our shareholders? From a business perspective, the internal business perspective, what must we excel at? We're looking at what are the business processes already there in place. Can we make them better? Can we make them a little different? What are our competitors doing? How do our customers see us? Customers' perspective. Are we really in line to, are we meeting their needs? Are we making our product available in terms of where they want it available? Is our pricing also good such that it resonates with what they can afford? How can we continue to improve and create value through innovation and learning? So now a HR aspect comes in. How do we support our employees to become more innovative? How do we support our employees to become more like vibrant, to be more creative, to think more, to even have better skills and all that? What is the culture that is there in this organization? So all these things are supposed to be helping us to define our performance or to arrive at certain parameters that will help us to define performance. So by linking clearly defined departmental objectives and performance to the company's strategic business goals, we find that the HR balance scorecards can serve as a way of focusing human resource staff on activities that will support the company's goal. So they're still on the balance scorecard. We have not gotten to the HR balance scorecard. So now we'll start going to look at how we are going to be describing the role of HR scorecard, or maybe the dashboard. So the value and the role of HR balance scorecard, we are saying the HR balance scorecard is a strategic HR measurement system. It helps to measure, it helps to manage, it helps to improve the strategic role of the HR department. Now we are here, HR balance scorecard measures and then manage, because like I said again, you cannot manage what you cannot measure. So you must be able to manage, to measure. After measuring, you can then start managing at certain parameters. And then as you manage it, you are able to now say, this is what was there, this is what has been achieved, these are the improvement areas from an HR point of view. So these are called HR deliverables. The activities that happen here, they are called the deliverables. And they're also known as HR metrics. What are the metrics we are going to be, what are the metrics we are going to be measuring? I'm sure we talked about that when we were doing your previous topic. And then they could also be called the HR KPIs, key performance indicators, the indicators that define performance. Yeah, the indicators that define performance, and all these are linked to the business strategy. Okay, so getting to look at the balance scorecard perspective again, in developing metrics or collecting data or analyzing it relative to each of the perspectives. The 4 perspectives again are like what we said earlier. learning and growth, business perspective, customer perspective, and financial perspective. So in terms of looking at the financial perspective, the measures that would be there would be including measures such as operating income, revenue, expense on capital, return on investment, economic value, and some of them would be linking us into also understanding or trying to figure out what are the risks assessment areas, what are the cost benefits of doing what we would be doing in terms of even getting a return on investment or maybe generating more revenue and looking at how the operational income is going to look like. When we get to customer perspective, we are looking at who are our customers, what value proposition is serving them, what is our value proposition in terms of serving them, how well are we serving them, are we giving even after sales service, what is our pricing like. It includes measures such as the satisfaction, the retention, the market share in target segments, and the operational excellence up to product leadership. How do we push our product into the market? So all these things are things we'll be looking at. Then, of course, it answers those questions, or who is it that are our customers? Sometimes we get into business because we have a target or there's a niche somewhere and we have identified that there are customers who need something that is not in the market. So who are these customers? And what is our value proposition in serving them? Then we look at the business perspective in terms of internal processes, which includes measures such as the cost, throughput, the quality, the business process, such as the procurement process, the production process, the delivery process. We talked about the lead time and the inventory, all these things put together. Then you start assessing yourself as an organization and thinking, okay, in our processes, how are we doing? How well are we doing? Are there some processes that are making us have too much bureaucracy in terms of how they are being handled? How is our documentation like? These are things we'll be looking at, the documentation at that point in time. And then looking at, again, the mission. The conforming to the customer requirements. How are our processes conforming to customers' requirements? You might find that depending on how the processes look like, it could be a cost in terms of even serving this customer, or the customer might find that you're wasting too much time when it would have been something that would have been done a bit more efficiently or a bit more faster than how it is working. So conforming to customer requirements up to in terms of even the product quality and all that. Then this brings us back to now our mission. What is our mission? Most of the time you'll find that the mission of most organizations is to satisfy their customers. How do you want to satisfy your customers? There are percentages. You don't want to satisfy your customers today, tomorrow you're not satisfying them. So just satisfy your customers today, tomorrow, and continuously do the same so you maintain them to help you then get your financial perspective working well. Learning and growth, which includes measures as employee satisfaction, employee retention, skill sets, training, and culture. All these things also hand in hand, helping a balance scorecard work well. So we are saying that for a balance scorecard to be very to give you the results you want, these are the 4 perspectives that must be kind of integrating. And once they integrate with you as an organization or you as HR for an organization, picking the nitty-gritties from a HR point of view, you'll find that it's working well for you. But it cannot work well for you, the HR scorecard, unless you also understand the main balance scorecard, the organizational balance scorecard. We just call it balanced scorecard. And we said it's balanced because it speaks aspects of finance as well as the traditional aspect in terms of behavioral behaviors and all that. So some of the useful parameters we are going to be looking at are objectives, measures, targets, and initiatives. And these things would come in terms of objectives and major objectives to be achieved. For example, profitable growth for you. I don't know what you want for your organization or to achieve in for yourself as an objective. Then again, we'll be looking at the measures. What are these measures? Someone is asking a question? Okay. The observable parameters that will be used to measure progress towards reaching your objective. How do you measure how well you are achieving your objective? You said you are starting from point A and you want to get to point B. What are some of the measures you are putting in place to get to that? Now, so then you get to also put a measure to that to help you get to know how well you are progressing. Then, of course, we have targets. We talked about measurement, and when you measure, you must also look at targets, specific target values for the measures. For example, maybe 2% growth or 2% growth in net margin. Sometimes you say 50% what you want to reduce the error rate by 10%, something like that. It must have some target of sorts, and this target is what would be measured at that point in time. And then initiatives, action programs initiated in order to meet the objective. As we are working towards achieving this objective, there must be some initiative in terms of activities or the action. What are you going to do now to get there? And that is what gets us back again to the balance scorecard, right down at the bottom where we're talking about the learning and growth. You must pump in some effort to support your employees as an organization, to help them now move your agenda forward, and to help you then work with the balance scorecard for it to give you some results. Without that, then you find that you'll be having a bit of challenges here and there. So we can get to learning or getting to understanding something to do with key performance indicators. Up to there, I'm hoping at least we are on the same page. So I'm just rushing some, I catch up with the time now, I'll not rush so much because I'm thinking we're on course. So yes, I know, thank you. I know we all understand key performance indicators. I said the indicators that measure performance. And some of them, like for HR, we'll be looking at something to do with an indicator like a recruitment process. What would we be looking at when you talk about recruitment process? Average lead time to recruit. Sometimes you talk about the turnaround time to recruit. Average cost of recruiting employees. Do we look at that? So if you have not been doing that, we have to look at the average cost of recruiting employees, because that can also eat into our cost if it is not done well. Average number of applicants received per vacancy. If we start looking at that, then we are able to know how well are we even advertising? What are the channels we're using in terms of advertising to enable us to understand the average number of applicants received per vacancy. So then it can help us start improving on the processes that are there in terms of recruitment, or the processes or the tools that are used in recruitment, or maybe the skills of the people doing the recruitment. Under elimination and benefit benchmark, we are saying that as another performance indicator, we'll be looking at average salary paid versus competition in the industry. This is now something which people or employers get out to even benchmark. Yeah, what are other industries looking at? What are other industries doing? Those that are in the same entity like ours. And then we also look at the benefits provided versus competition. What are the benefits provided, yeah, versus competition of another industry or the geographical norms. Then another performance indicator would be willingness of employees to recommend the company as an employer of choice. You know, sometimes also you have to use your employees themselves to get you to know how you have branded yourself. You find that employees work with you, but sometimes they are always saying that, this employer. So this is a very good key performance indicator to measure, where we are saying that we're also looking at the percentages of employees who are willing to recommend organizations as an employer to a friend. Very key. I don't know how many of us do that. I saw it in many organizations, and even in some Chinese organization where I worked. Employees are being asked to refer the employees to come and work there. They're even given first priority. So they do more of internal recruitment through referrals, through asking employees to give them that. So it was not a survey per se, but it was just an aspect of using the employees to get to understand, or to get to support or to refer the relatives and other friends to that. So under that, we'll be also looking at percentages of applicants, appointees that have received recommendations from current employees. So this one will make you then understand how well you're also doing in terms of, if you used to employees and if you asked them to refer, how many applicants have received recommendations, or maybe the employees themselves don't even tell their friends, because they are thinking, this employer is not the best employer, so they just keep quiet. So you'll find people coming in when you've sent an advert, but all of them have come not through not through referrals from your employees, but through referrals from out there, or through the advert they saw from out there. So it's also a very good key performance indicator to look at as an employer, because it will also help you get to understand your aspect of learning and growth, because then you have to start now thinking, How well are my employees satisfied with what we are giving them? How skilled are we making them become? Because if you pump training money into your employees, you'll find that then they'll be thinking you're a good employer because you are giving them something. And of course, they also have to give you an ROI, return on investment. So you pump money in them, let them also give you money. So this is what is supposed to be happening. So another key performance indicator would be employee satisfaction. How many of us do employee satisfaction surveys? Sometimes we sit back there not understanding what is going on, but employees are just not motivated and all that. And we keep quiet. Sometimes when you do these surveys, we are able to understand whether our learning and growth perspective from a balance scorecard is working well for us. Employee motivation in terms of percentages of employees that are committed to the organizational goals and objectives, and then employees that are considered to be highly motivated. It's also good to understand this and how is this coming in. Then you're able to understand whether you are balancing your motivation structures or strategies to the employees, or some of them are feeling so disadvantaged. Then, of course, availability of training courses, and then the internal promotional courses. These are key performance indicators, just examples. I know there are so many depending on the organization and depending on what you want to achieve as the organization yourself. And that rolls back to what is your mission? What is your goal? What is your goal? How do you work towards achieving that goal? Then it gets back to the people aspect. So people aspect is very key here. And once it is done well, then you'll find the organization is just then achieving what it wants to achieve smoothly without so much pain. So why do we then measure? Why do we have key performance indicators? Why do we involve ourselves in looking at key performance indicators? I mean, if you cannot now indicate how or indicate your performance measurement strategy, how do you know how well you are even progressing? How do you know how much you are spending? So it is helping us to monitor company health in terms of the spend versus the spend versus the ROI, because you are saying you're spending so much on this employee maybe, and you want them to give you back in return something. So you're spending on them to give them skill. That skill is making them maybe enhance the internal process or become more faster, more efficient. And the moment they become more efficient, the customer is happy, and once the customer is happy, the customer does what? Pumps in money in terms of what they buy as product or service. So that means you are monitoring the company health through a key performance indicator. It also measures progress, like we say, in terms of understanding the strategy of the organization. You're looking at you're at point A, you have to move to point B. Then we have strategies in between. It just helps us to measure how well we are progressing. Are we on an upward curve, or are we now regressing? Because it's also important to measure that, because once you don't understand that, it means that you can go under anytime without you realizing that you are going under. Another reason why you need to measure KPIs is to analyze patterns over time. You analyze patterns, like what we were talking about earlier in terms of average percentages and all that. What is the percentage? What is the percentage of error rate in terms of productivity? Very important. Maybe it was at 50%. Now it has gone down, it is 5%. It's really good to analyze those patterns. Or it was at 50, it's getting to 2, then again it goes to 100, and you're like, hey, what has happened? Then there's a problem. So you start analyzing where the gap is again. Another thing why we need to measure performance indicators is to solve problems or tackle opportunities. So once we understand, or once we measure progress, or once we analyze the patterns, we are able then to pick certain gaps from there. So it will help us to solve problems or tackle opportunities. Like we are saying again, if we find this error rate is too high, and customers are now not even coming to the organization to buy something, we'll be thinking, then there's a problem. Is it the employees? Is it the age factor of the employee? Is it the training? Is it the motivation aspect that is making them not get there? So what was the percentages in terms of all these parameters we're looking at? So then once you pick the gap, you're able to solve the problems, or to understand that it is the lack of training, it is the motivation, it is the culture that is eating the strategy. So you're not getting to measure the performance indicators well. So you'll find that it will help you then get to understanding how well, or what is really eating the perspective of learning and growth. And then another reason why we need the KPIs is to make adjustments, stay on track. To make adjustments and stay on track. Like we said again, sometimes the strategic objectives are not cast on stone, or even if they are cast on stone, the methods you use or the vehicle you use to get to achieve your objective is never cast on stone. So imagine if today you are using a VITS from CBD, you want to go to Nakuru, and someone else is using a V8 from CBD going to Nakuru. You start looking at, okay, is it cost effective to use a V8 or a, because where you are going is same place. Maybe you look at the timing aspect and you are saying, oh, V8 would be better. But again, you're looking at, you are not in a hurry. So was it better to use a VITS than to use a V8? And now through picking all these issues or the gaps, you are able to make adjustments. You are able then to also stay on track. We are doing well, so we can stay on track. We are doing so badly, we need to trigger something. We need to make our processes better. We need to make our policies resonate with what employees are doing so that they can now be on course in terms of performance. So it can help us to make adjustments and stay on track. And some of these things help us even to develop our policies or modify our policies, because you find that sometimes people just sit back and they're like, okay, as me, I just go to work and that is it. But now going to work, what are some of the policies that make you go to work? What are some of the policies in terms of performance? So if that policy is also not like well done, you'll find that people don't perform. So you end up losing out, because employees are also tricky. If their performance is going low and there are people even in finance department who already understand the company health status, you'll find them just leaving one by one. They just leave. At some point you'll be saying, I never realized this. You never realized because you never had a measurement strategy that would help you do what? Get to measure and help you even adjust some of the key performance indicators that would make you now then resonate with the overall scorecard to help your organization achieve its mission. Okay, I hope I'm clear up to there. So Balance Scorecard links vision and strategy to employee output. What we are saying here is just like related to what I've just explained, where we are saying that it's really important to understand why an organization exists. Like we are saying, what is your mission? What is your dream? I mean, what is why are you existing? You want to satisfy like a customer need. That is why you are existing. What is the value that is driving you? What is important to us? What do we value in terms of even some of the things we look at? We value maybe professionalism, we value excellence, we value quality. Some of the things that an organization will be looking at. What is our vision? What do we want to do? What do we want to be? What is our dream? What do we want to be at some point in time? And then what is our strategy, our game plan, our tactics to help us get to realize our vision? And then that now rolls us back to the Balance Scorecard. How do we then use the Balance Scorecard to translate, to focus, to even align? Translating what we are doing into monetary aspect or into monetary value. Of course, focusing on the key vision, because this is where we want to be. But again, how do we align? How do we align? So we look at the human aspect, the behavioral aspect, vis-a-vis the finance, because we are pumping so much money into the organization. But we also want the human aspect to also look like they're also benefiting. There's some value in terms of the employee or the human perspective. Then, of course, we have the strategic initiatives, priorities. Once you start looking at the Balance Scorecard, you're now looking at what are our priorities? You start looking at what are your priorities as an organization. Very important, because also when you don't plan, it's just the way we do our plans at home. You're planning for something and you're saying, okay, now if you have maybe you want to, in the next maybe 5 years, you're going to have 5M. What is your plan? You want to buy land, you want to buy a car, you want to buy maybe food. What is your priority? Same thing. So look at priorities and then align them with what you have. Total quality management. What must we improve in? Quality matters a lot, because the moment you compromise on quality, you'll find that even customers start looking at you differently. And once a customer already senses or gives a negative feedback, they don't give it to one person, they give it to many other people. So you'll find that you're losing out on customers out of that. So all the time is also good to do a customer survey just to understand what is it they should be improving in, what is it you can do, how do you differentiate yourselves in terms of maybe making your product better. And how do you even do your after sales service? That would be something that customers would be looking at. So what must we improve in? And all these improvements, all these things you're talking about, the people aspect is very key. Empowerment, personal objectives. What do I need to do as myself? So it then gets us to the strategic outcomes. Satisfied shareholders, delighted customers, efficient processes, and motivated and prepared workforce. So we are saying here, what is my personal objective? One, as I am here, what am I supposed to be doing? If I am trained, I'll work better. And that is why you find that we have these performance management plans that go on. And we say it's very important to have it and have checks in between and coach and monitor these employees so that they get to help you operate, help an organization achieve its objectives. So if the workforce is well prepared and well motivated, they will work well because they will be the ones contributing to the efficiency and effectiveness of some of the processes that are there. And once this is done, customers get delighted. Once customers get delighted, shareholders get satisfied. That means the objective is being achieved, or the mission is now being realized. Hope we are okay up to there. So when we talk about a strategy-focused organization, what are we talking about? Strategy focus, you have a strategy, you have a dream, there's something you want to achieve. We talk about a mission, a vision, the strategies, and even the measure. These ones at least we know because we all have organizations, and I'm sure we have a vision. There's a reason why that organization exists, even if it is a man solo organization. There's a reason why it exists. So the mission is in terms of what do we do, what do we, the vision, what we aspire to be, our strategies, how to accomplish those goals, and then the measures, indicators of our progress. So measures is very key. Strategy is very key. Having a vision very key because, okay, why would you even exist if you have no vision? Sure, even if it was an NGO, very important that you have a vision. You want to empower people. You want to maybe reduce the levels of abuse or the levels of violence or all that. There's a mission, there's something you want to achieve out of that. You cannot just exist from nowhere and say, no, you are just existing. It doesn't make sense. So strategy-focused organizations also have these factors in place. And it's then therefore important to start tracking HR effectiveness in an organization. So what is the value of tracking HR effectiveness? Why do we track HR? Why do we bother about tracking effectiveness of HR? This is a question we should be asking ourselves. Why do we bother? Why are we so keen on tracking this effectiveness? What is it? How are you currently measuring HR effectiveness? Look back, reflect back in your organization. What is the value of tracking effectiveness in your organization? Why would you track HR effectiveness? Now you're effective. What does effectiveness mean in the first place? And why would you track it? How do you currently measure effectiveness of HR? Are there things we are thinking of in terms of HR, which if they were done, they will be looked at as being effective? How are you doing that? These questions we should be answering ourselves to help us get to understanding the HR scorecard. So another thing why we measure or why we track HR effectiveness is to guide us in decision making. We have to look at the effectiveness to decide just from its onset, good or bad. So we look at effectiveness just to make a decision or to evaluate the department's effectiveness. As in now, not a person themselves, but now the department generally, HR department. So when we talk about guiding decision making, it helps HR staff in how best to manage the HR system to support the company. Systems. We are going to talk about systems a bit in the next slides. So we are saying we track HR effectiveness because it will guide us into managing HR systems, and these systems support the organization. And these systems are the ones that will make us then get our customers right and customers satisfied, customers more return customers. And out of that, because they are returning, they are satisfied, they are well, they're happy, they will now give us more money, which will drive satisfaction with the shareholders. And then another reason why we track effectiveness is to evaluate the program. Yeah, sometimes we just look at it. Is there a cost benefit analysis? Okay, is it really worth doing this? Yeah. It's like a report card, guides you to improve some of your efforts. Is it work? Is it better? Is it getting worse? So these are some of the things we'll be looking at, or we should be looking at when we're tracking HR in terms of its effectiveness in supporting an organization, because we know that when we do that, or in terms of understanding HR effectiveness, we are able to know how well we are doing or how badly we are doing to enable us, again, like we say, change the strategy or adjust the strategy or improve on what is actually there. Hope we are okay up to there. Now let's get to finding the HR KPIs that matter. HR is the art of finding. HR is at the heart of finding, attracting, and retaining talent. This is what we do most of the time, HR. We do a lot of finding, attracting, and retaining talent. That is one thing we do. How can we identify the most meaningful indicators for measuring HR effectiveness? That's something we should also be looking at. Then the truth is there's no one size fits all approach, like I said before. And each organization has its own way of measuring. Each organization has its own parameters it wants to measure. But all these things should be linked to your strategy. What is your strategy? What is it you want to achieve? What is your mission? What is your vision? What is your strategy in attaining that vision? All these things. So you should be looking at that in terms of you and your organization, because like I said again, most organizations are not the same. But I'm sure there are a few parameters we are looking at or we'll be looking at that will resonate or that can be useful to you in your organization. We have a few that are going to be useful for you or that cut across. The objectives will be cutting across, but maybe the performance indicators would also again differ depending on what each person will be wanting or each organization will be wanting. Now, there's something called HR deliverables. Deliverables are activities or they support a firm's level of performance drivers on a strategy map. Deliverables. What are these deliverables? What does HR deliver? What does HR do? They're actually activities. What can HR? Okay, what exactly are they? We need to understand what they are, and we're going to be looking at them again. But when we talk about HR deliverables, we're talking at two key issues here. Here we are saying we look at HR performance in terms of the drivers. What drives performance? What drives performance? And if these drivers are good, they give us or they yield good results. They give us results. So an example of drivers would be like employee competence, the motivation, the availability of these employees, because without availability of the employees, how will you get results? How with the motivation of employees, you'll get some results. But if they're demotivated, what results are you going to be getting here? Their competitiveness in terms of what is it, what competencies, what skills do they have? What skills do these employees have? If they have skills, good skills that match the job they are doing, they will also give you results. But they might also have skills that don't match the job they are doing. Then now they're giving you results, but you're not so sure whether these results are good results to help you go a notch higher. So HR performance looks at drivers, and these drivers should be like aligned to the employee, the competence, the motivation, the skill, the availability to actually give you the results that you might want at that point in time. And then the deliverables in terms of the HR performance. These are the enablers. What are these enablers? They actually reinforce these drivers. What are these enablers? Again, when you get back looking at the balance scorecard, you'll find that the enablers would actually be like the four perspectives again, in terms of the learning and growth, in terms of the customer focus, the internal processes, then up to the financial aspect. These enablers, they reinforce the drivers. They reinforce the drivers, so the drivers can then get to giving us good results. But this is just an overview of this before we get to understanding the HR scorecard well. So where would you start as an organization? Where would you start as an organization if you are now to start looking at your organization per se afresh? You are just new, you are green, and you don't know what is happening. You want to start looking at how you can even start doing your performance, how you can understand your goals, and how you can then link up the people aspect with the balance scorecard. So we have goals, we have questions, then we also have indicators. So you first must start by defining your HR goals and priorities. What are your HR goals? Are you just there because you have to just hire and fire? Are you just there because employees must just work? What exactly is this goal in terms of the work, in terms of the people being engaged? So you have to define your HR goals and priorities and identifying how HR will help the organization deliver its overall strategy. HR goals. So you're thinking about, okay, what is the goal of this organization? The goal of the organization is to maximize on profits, to be a leading producer of, let me say, sugar and energy and other related products. So you're doing that and you're like, okay, so then what are your priorities? You have goals. Priorities here are customers, because these customers are the ones going to give me maybe the money that will make me continue being the leading producer. Customers are going to make me have some brand identity. Customers are going to refer other people. Customers, once they are satisfied, they help me. In fact, they become like my marketing ambassadors. I don't have to start marketing my product. The customers themselves will do what? So priority is customers. And then, of course, what is the other priority? Priority are also you as employees. How well are they aligned, or how well are they equipped to manage the process that are there? And these processes, how technical are they? The processes could be technical to a point of the employees cannot understand them. Another thing, you have very good processes, but the employees are not empowered, the employees are not trained, the employees don't have the skills to enable them like drive these processes. Then it means that again there's a problem. So there must be an interlink between the HR, the learning and growth aspect, then the internal processes, because they now help you then get the customer satisfaction, customer engagement, customer needs met, and then after customers' needs are met, they will now get to return, they buy more, they get to give you money that will help you continue having a business or making a business be a going concern. So we are saying only once you have identified your goals and questions can you pinpoint indicators that will help you answer those questions or measure your effectiveness in that area and ultimately deliver your goals. Once you have identified your goal and questions, you pinpoint the indicators. So goals and then questions. So what are these? Maybe let's look at what we are trying to say. So under this, we are getting back to now then let's maybe look at measuring the outcome. How do you measure an outcome? You have a goal, yes, but how do you then measure the outcome? Now, this is some of the questions you're asking yourself. Determining whether HR is delivering outcomes necessary for the business success. How do you measure? How do you determine that HR is actually delivering a good outcome that will bring in this success? This will now then involve again how happy or satisfied the employees are. Because if they're not satisfied again, they might not give you the outcome, the outcome that is useful or valuable. How engaged are these employees with their work and the organization? How engaged? What is making them engaged? They could be coming to work, yes, but how sure are you they're actually supporting your strategy? They're actually working towards making you move to the direction you want? Or are they just coming to work because they need that internet? They need maybe to network with their friends. They need just to get maybe the cup of tea you give them. So it's very important that you measure these HR outcomes in terms of assessing even some of these things. So common metrics for assessing outcomes, I know this ones we've already done, would be like employee satisfaction index. That would be done maybe through a survey. Absenteeism rate. Again, you don't just look at the numbers. What is the average rate and how does it, and when? Sometimes it's even good to also measure the when, and so then you start looking at the trend. How is the trend looking like? So get to gauge employee productivity rate. How is the productivity rate? And which period does it happen better or more? And how well in terms of productivity, but also quality is also very key here. Quality, productivity rate, average length of service, attrition rate, common metrics for assessing outcomes. So for HR, that is just an example. Then, of course, again, we have a way of measuring internal efficiency and effectiveness. This means assessing whether HR services are being delivered as efficiently as they could be or as they should be. Key things to measure here may include, are we recruiting through the most effective channels? Yeah, HR internal efficiency. You're now measuring the HR internal service that is being delivered. Is it being delivered efficiently? So then the aspect we'll be looking at now would be the recruiting methods, the recruiting channels. Are they the best? Are they effective? Are they giving us the best candidates? Or is the media, which is even the problem, you know? So another thing to measure would be how effective are we recruiting the competencies the business needs? How effective are we recruiting the skills? Sometimes you can be recruiting, yes, but you're not recruiting any skill that is valuable to you. How effective are you recruiting that? Then what are the costs per hire? Cost per hire here again is wide because you'll be looking at the cost per hire in terms of now cost per hire. Let's look at the position. Maybe you are now going to advertise for position of managing director. You might be you might be at your level, you might not be able to be the one recruiting. So you might want to give a recruiter or an agency to do that for you. So what is the cost of doing this recruitment all the way up to the time you're hiring? The advert, the process, and maybe the venue of where these things are happening, or maybe even now just getting the agency. What is the cost per hire and the positions that are there in question? Because of course you cannot say that, oh, now the cost of hiring a messenger, the cost of hiring a steward would be the same as the cost of hiring an MD. It might not be the same. It might take you even longer to get an MD. You might have repeat interviews or cancellation of interviews or 3 or 4 interviews before you get to hire an MD. But for a steward, for a messenger, for maybe just a clerk, it will be so easy. You just convene maybe 2, 3 people in the department and the user and tell them, okay, come. So what are the parameters you want to look at? They tell you 1, 2, 3, okay. Do an advert quickly or get the employees to refer their people. They come there, you recruit once, and that is it. So we're looking at the cost per hire. And then the common metrics for assessing HR internal efficiency would be now return on investment. We have spent so much here in terms of hiring the MD. What is the return on investment? When this MD is coming in, what are some of the things he's going to be working on that would make us say, yes, this is a valuable asset, or he's worth being part of this? Cost per hire can also be looked at again in terms of looking at this. What is the cost of hiring this? And are we getting money out of it again? It's just like starting a new product. And you have somebody coming in to start saying, okay, me, I want to be the one selling or pushing this product. And you pay me on commission, something like that. So this person is pushing an agenda, pushing this product. Okay, if they bring in more, you pay them more because we are saying that we're giving them a commission on what they are doing. So that would also work in terms of supporting, in terms of looking at cost by hire. What is it they are bringing in? So it also depends on how your processes are in terms of hiring, and your processes are in terms of supporting this employee to bring in that more, or to make him more productive. Average time taken to fill vacancies, very important for us as HR. What is our turnaround time? Turnaround time, many people sometimes don't look at that. You'll find that there are those who just say, me, I'll just, okay, 2 days, someone else 2 weeks. But it should be kind of standard. Make a HR process that looks well defined. So if it is 2 weeks and I think in 2 weeks is too low, then you can get back to the drawing board and say, okay, now we adjust it to be 1 week. Average time around time is 1 week, from the time we are advertising to the time we are filling a position. And some of these things, by the way, should be part of your policies, because you find that, again, they can work against you when you start thinking of, now this is what we said, but now this is what we are doing. So we align them again with our policies. We find that we are working better. Okay. So some of the measures we're going to be looking at when we are developing our balance scorecard include something called the leading measures and the lagging measures. Remember we talked about this when we were just starting, and I said we'll talk about them again later. So some of the measures we'll be looking at when we're developing our balance scorecard in terms of HR, the HR balance scorecard are leading and lagging measures. And these ones can be used, in fact, interchangeably. Some of the leading and the lagging measures could both form part of what would be included in a balance score, in a HR balance scorecard. So when you talk about a leading indicator, we're just talking about an indicator of performance that might predict the future. Indicator of performance that might produce that might predict the future. User guide usage, calories per day, can make you like predict a future. Using safety equipment now can make you predict a future. If you know you're using 5 safety equipment today or this year, you know that next year you might use the same. It's just like budgeting. How do you budget? Sometimes you budget and you give a provision for something because, okay, this year if you did this, already you saw some gaps that were there and you want to make them better. So maybe next year you budget for. It actually leads you to budget. It gives you helps you to predict the future, like I just said, leads you to predict the future. Lagging indicators are of the past performance. This will talk about more of past performance. This is how we performed last year. And leading indicator, this is how we are going now to perform next year, or this is how I think you're going to be performing, because already you are reading from what was basically there or the trend that was there. So it helps you to predict the future. The lagging indicator looks at the past performance, how we performed. And some of those examples were, how did we perform in terms of customer satisfaction? What was the weighting in terms of customer satisfaction? What were the number of deaths that were there in terms of employee safety in an organization? So this would be more related to health and safety. So we're looking at the lagging indicator, the past performance, but you can also look at the leading indicator. So when we talk about examples here, just to help us understand this and that, leading indicator, we said, is predicting the future. So if the customer satisfaction here was what was the lagging indicator, it means maybe if we predict the future, we are predicting the future in terms of if you continue using a user guide or user guide usage, customers will be satisfied. If we continue measuring the calories per day, we'll understand that our weight in terms of what is the weight at that point in time. Or our weight was measured related to, or it was measured out of the calories that were being burnt per day. Number of deaths were also out of past performance, would help us then get to a certain understanding that we need to start using safety equipment. If number of deaths were more, because we never used safety equipment, now the number of deaths might be less because we are going to continue using the safety equipment. So they're actually interrelated. I'll give you another example that will make it a little more easier for you to understand, because you might not get it exactly when you're still new to understanding them. So let's look at this example. Leading measures is actually the activity, like we said, the leading activity performance that might predict the future. So the lag is what already, or the results. The lag would mean the results. That is another example if we didn't understand the first example. So when you talk about the lead measure and the lag measure in terms of activity and results, we are saying if the result was to reduce equipment, or the result of whatever we are looking at is reduced equipment failure. The result, reduced equipment failure. Because these are the measurements you're going to be using in our balance scorecard at some point, because that is where now we are going to be basing our activities on. So if the end result was reduced equipment failure, it means the leading measure, what led to that would be routine maintenance. I think this one even works better for you if you can understand. If our result was reduced safety incidents, why were they reduced? It's because there was a lot of compliance with safety, or the other way around. Routine maintenance can lead to reduced equipment failure. Compliance with safety regulations would lead to reduced safety accidents. Time spent would lead to increased accuracy, and time spent practicing. Practice would lead to increased accuracy efficiency. Touching points with clients would reduce the churn. Churn are those reduced churn, clients that don't come back. I think they just tune out. They decide that this organization is just a no-go zone, so they just tune out and decide I'm not going back there. If you want to reduce this tune out time, you must ensure that you have touch points with the clients to help you reduce this. So this Measures are the results. Increased retention of talent. How do you obtain increased retention of talent? Through coaching and or providing coaching. I hope we are together there. And if we are together, I'd want us to do something in terms of what our organization does. Do you have any lag measure? Do you have any lead measure? I know there are things we do, only that we don't know how the relationship would come in. Yeah. I know we do this. We normally work towards that. My result is reduced equipment failure, reduce customer complaints, reduce safety incidents, reduce discipline cases. What would be enabling this reduction to come in place? There's something else that would be happening. There's an activity that would be happening that leads to a certain result. Am I clear? I hope we are together up to there. So then we get to understanding the importance of lead and lag measures. So both have an integral place in your organization's metrics, the lead and the lag measures, where we are saying the lagging indicators, they show the health of the organization. The lagging indicators here, they show the health. There's reduced equipment failure, there's reduced safety, there's reduced, so at least now we are doing better, we are getting better somehow. Yeah. They are also important signals to investors and stakeholders. Imagine here, the lag measures. If now stakeholder just heard that, hey, the equipment failure is even getting worse. It has even become worse. What does that mean? Safety incidences have become even more. They have even tripled. What would a shareholder be looking at? Efficient. There's no efficiency. There's no accuracy. There's a lot of spoilage, wastage. You know. How will they be looking at? What will they be looking at? How will they be even looking at this organization? Turnover rates. Customer just leave. So you find that the product is there, it's not selling because you're not even following up on these customers. They tune out and you decide that, well, but you are producing something because you need them. So who's going to buy your product? Who's going to buy your service? Why are you then existing? So we are saying that the lagging indicators show the health of the organization. They are important signals to investors and stakeholders to make them understand whether they should even invest with you, and for stakeholders to see whether whatever it is they are doing is actually worth being done, or whether they can start now changing the strategy or help the organization change the strategy in terms of achieving the bigger objective. It shows how an organization is performing, those lagging indicators. Leading indicators show how well the key processes and essential customer appreciation points are performing. How well are they performing? Consistent, routine, whatever we do, routine maintenance, like we saw, customer touch base, such that at least customers are getting to know that they're being appreciated. And they're also good predictors of whether or not, they are good predictors of whether or not you are going to meet the performance goals of your organization. That is, whether or not your lagging indicators will continue to look favorable. Your lagging indicators, can they continue being favorable? That is why, again, you could put percentages there. You can put percentages here. And again, we are doing this lagging and leading measures because at some point, this will look like they're working closely with our key performance as our key performance indicators. So we put a percentage on them to make us now understand how well we are working or how badly we are performing. Hope we are good up to there. Then this is for you to do. What are some leading indicators that you have that you could use to measure the results of the effectiveness of your HR efforts? You can write at least 2 leading indicators for your organization. It will give you an exercise to think a bit. And what are some of the lagging indicators that you could use to measure the results of the effectiveness of your HR efforts? So can we write, at least people write some, at least 2, I give you 2 minutes to write some of your leading indicators that you could use to measure results of effectiveness of HR and some of the leading indicators. Let's write and see, let's write. To jog your mind, to help you remember, because you can only remember once you get to understand, or you can only remember once you are able to write something, so it will keep on like triggering. unless you are not attentive to this, what you just been doing. I hope we are doing something. 2 minutes, we get to continue. So have we written? 1 more minute remaining. Let's write. I want us to share. Even if it is on chat, let us share and see what people are writing. Let's look at the leading indicators. Who wants to share leading indicators? Okay, so I hope anyway we have written something. Someone wants to share?
Mwalimu.
Yes.
Now, if this is to the participants, if you want to speak, kindly unmute yourself. And after you've done your contribution, you mute yourself back again. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's have someone who wants to share their lagging indicators, and you match them with your leading indicators. Give us your lagging indicators and match them with your leading indicators. Of this way, we get to understand. Someone wants to say something? No one wants to share.
We don't understand.
Someone is saying they don't understand.
I want to share.
You want to share? Please share.
Yes. A leading indicator was one where, for example, in the offices now, members, the management staff were given an induction, familiarization training on the use of Zoom, because now we are still working online.
Yes.
Then a good training. What is the other one? The lagging indicator.
The lagging indicator that matches that.
Okay, the number of times people get cut off in the process of participating in a Zoom meeting.
The number of times people get cut off. Very interesting. That's a very interesting one, people. Very, very interesting. Thank you very much for sharing. Someone else wants to share?
What do you mean by leading indicator? Is it under internal processes or customer or?
Now we are now basing ourselves in terms of HR, yeah? We are basing, okay, let me get back here. I think there's somewhere we didn't get it right. Examples, okay. Maybe we start here.
If we were, I was just thinking if you could just take us a little bit more on the leading and lagging measures. I think we sort of didn't capture it well.
Oh, you got lost a bit. Okay,
yes.
so, okay, thank you very much. Now, leading and lagging measures, I said these are the measures we might be using when we are doing our KPIs in organizations, and they help us, or they help in assessing performance of an organization. A leading indicator of performance is a performance that is predictive, yeah? It's predictive. You can predict, even in future, you can predict how it's going to look like. A lagging indicator talks about past performance, yeah? And an example is here. Maybe let me use this one. Let me use this. This example would be easier for you to understand. So a leading indicator, a leading measure talks about the activity that has been happening. And a lagging measure talks about the result. Yeah? A lagging measure talks about the results. So the activity here is routine maintenance. If maintenance has been going on a routine or planned routine maintenance, you'll find that the lagging measure would be reduced equipment failure. So in other words, I'm saying the result, what resulted to reduced equipment failure? It is because there were the leading measure, the routine maintenance. So routine maintenance led to reduced equipment failure. So let's assume now this is, we're talking about even our laptops. our laptops have been of age, so now they're not working so well. So every time we want them to be maintained. So if we do a lot of routine maintenance on the laptops, the failure of the equipment will not be there, it will be reduced. So the activity, the routine maintenance is the activity. The result is the lag measure, which is now the reduced equipment failure. Now, when we come to compliance with safety regulations, the result would be safety incidences. So what we want to bring in here is, let's assume it is now a safety and health aspect in terms of employees in an organization. The result would, the activity would be, if we continue complying with safety regulations, we shall have, it will lead to reduced safety incidences. Maybe in this organization X, there are so many safety incidences, that is the result. Many safety incidences, but now we want the result to look different. We want the safety accidents to reduce. How do we reduce the safety incidences? It means there must be a lot of compliance with safety regulations. And this compliance will come with other things. HR will come in to start, maybe streamline the processes, make sure they are communicating the compliance issues, make sure they are training their staff so they can get to understand the aspect of safety. So the compliance with safety regulations would lead to this result, reduced safety incidences. Then another issue is here. What about the result? Increased accuracy. Let's assume now we are typing or there's some quality of something we are doing and we want the quality to increase. The result would be increased accuracy or efficiency. How would increased accuracy and efficiency come about? It can only come about through a lot of practice. We say practice makes perfect. Practice makes permanent. Practice makes work easier and makes operational even more efficient or accurate. So we are saying the activity here, if we spend too much time, this activity, too much time practicing, it will result into increase in accuracy or increase in efficiency. Okay. In this organization, again, customers normally just tune out. Tune out is customers decide they come once and they don't come again. So customers just tune out. They come once and they decide, I think the product is bad or something has happened, so they don't come again. Can you imagine customers coming to your organization and they don't come again? What would be the issue? Maybe there's a problem, and the problem could be now back this way. How do we have, what touch points do we have with clients? So the activity here, the more we have touch points with clients, the more we shall have reduced churns or churns from these customers. So reduced churn or reduced tuning out, reduced churn would come about out of touch points with clients. Actually, there's a relationship between the lag and the lead measure. Yeah. So we are saying that that increased retention of talent was caused by coaching, which was provided. Coaching was provided to employees. So these employees were able to increase retention of, and the retention of talent was so they're not going out, they are retained. You have retained, HR has retained talent because we have done a lot of coaching to the employees. So because of this too much coaching, it has increased the retention rate of employees. So we are saying increased retention of talent was caused by coaching. Coaching was provided over time, maybe periodical coaching, maybe monthly coaching was being done to help increase retention of talent within an organization. This could be measures that are in one organization. So what I was asking is, in your organization, could you be having such measures? Is it there a time we talk about we want to reduce accidents? What can we do to reduce those accidents? We have a leading measure. It could be different even from this. Maybe there's something else you do to reduce the safety incidences. There's something else you do. There's something else you do to increase the retention of talent. So you are predicting, what can you do? The leading measure is, like we say, the predictive. The lagging measure is the end result. So just predicting that if now reduced equipment has now been, equipment failure has reduced, maybe It's because of that routine. You're now just predicting. It's because of the routine maintenance. It helps you to predict the lagging measure, helps you to predict the leading measure. So maybe I get back to here again. So I'm saying that both the lagging and the leading measures have an integral place in your organization's metrics. And metrics are now the measurements, key performance indicators, like we said earlier. So when we talk about the lagging indicators, we are saying they show the health of the organization. Now, getting back here, lagging indicators show the health of an organization. Imagine if your organization was having, okay, now let's make them different. Equipment failure, let's not put this. Your organization was full of equipment failure, full of safety incidences, many safety incidents, was full of inaccuracy, inefficiency. Customers are just churning out, and then the retention of talent was an issue. Imagine if that was the case. Would customers even come to you? What is the health of the organization? It means the organization is going to suffer. One, if the equipment failure is over all the time happening, then it means there's a problem. Either if you cannot do routine maintenance, buy equipment. You cannot buy equipment, it means maybe there's no money. And if there's no money, it means you don't know why you're existing. You're existing because you want to make losses. No. If stakeholders or shareholders get to understand or to hear that you have safety incidences every day, 50 safety incidences every day, they'll be wondering, is that a good company to even work for? There's a problem. But what can we do to reduce these incidences as HR? We get back here. You can help through compliance with the safety regulations, through training these employees on safety regulations, through routine like drills in terms of safety issues. But when you do that, it will help us to reduce the safety incidences, increase accuracy and efficiency. What would lead to increased accuracy and efficiency from a HR point of view? Too much practice, maybe training, maybe some kind of motivation, maybe some kind of bonus, time spent in practicing, and maybe something added to that would increase accuracy and efficiency. So out of this, I was saying, do we have some of these lagging and leading indicators in our organizations? Do we have them? Do we have a case where we find that equipment failure is on the rise? Do we have a point where we find even accidents are there? And if not this, what is your lagging measure, or what is your result in terms of your organization? I could talk about even like the discipline cases, results. The result would be reduced discipline cases. Why have discipline cases reduced? It's because of a streamlined discipline policy. So you're looking at the end result and the activity that would have led to this end result. Are we together? So at the end of you are looking at performance, you want to understand, you want to ensure that you have reduced equipment failure, and you can only do that through maintenance. You want to ensure that you will have reduced safety incidences. You can only get this through compliance with safety regulations or maybe something else. You want to ensure you have increased accuracy and efficiency. How do you get that? It is through maybe practice and through drills and all that. You want to ensure that you're reducing the customers who are churning out by ensuring you are talking to them, you are giving them an after-sales service, you are having touch points with them. You want to ensure you are increasing your retention rate, talent retention rate, like employee retention rate. How do you do that? Continue coaching the existing employees, continue giving them workshops, continue taking them for small trainings to help increase retention of talent. These are examples. So I said, in our organizations, we have something else that happens. It's not all this that happens in organizations. Other organizations have also unique lagging measures and unique leading measures. So I asked, can someone share with us one of the lagging measure and relate it to a leading measure? Are we understanding up to there? I hope now I'm a bit clearer. And we said lagging measures show the health of the organization. If this is too much, the result, if the results of what is happening, the results of your activities in an organization will predict the health of your organization. The result of your organization is everybody is dying. People are dying in your organization. People will not want to come and work for you. They'll be thinking, hey, why is there death all the time? Maybe there are safety issues there, you know, such things. So that will make now people think the health of the organization is not good. They're spending too much money again to treat these employees, because when we get back to HR, from a HR point of view, you're supposed to cover your employees against accidents or against on medical. So you'll find that because of your lagging measures, you cannot attain your objective. The lagging measure has come in and is eating too much money out of not having a leading measure that will counter that lagging measure. I hope up to there now I'm clear, unless there's a question. I hope I'm clear. So now I said, is there a way, okay, can we now do an exercise? Now it is your turn. Can we do an exercise? Can we look at our organizations? Because I said organizations are unique in their entity. Can we look at our organization and pick a lagging measure and match it with a leading measure? That's all I'm asking. Can we write down? Okay, let me get back here and give you, okay, let me leave this open so it can help you to do the assignment. Can we pick a lagging measure for our organization, the end result, and match it with the activity? Or pick an activity and give the end result? Let me leave this here. Maybe it will help us now get an answer quickly. Give me something different from what is here. Give me something different. I've already talked about accidents, reduced employee accidents, or reduced employee accidents, and I said the leading measure would be increased what? I can say increased training on health and safety.
Mwalimu, you have several suggestions in the chat line. Please check them.
Yes. Sorry?
You seem to have several suggestions in the chat line.
Yes.
There's a lot of contribution there. You can check and see.
On the chat line. Oh, nice, nice. People already chatting something, yeah? That mention. Ah, nice. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, good, good, good. I was not seeing this. I was not seeing this. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay. Leading increased mental health talks. Leading is increased mental health talks. Then lagging is reduced absenteeism due to mental sicknesses. Yes. Leading indicator, carrying out employee satisfaction survey. The lag measure would be improved employee satisfaction survey. Improved employee satisfaction, yes. Leading, more contacts with customer. The lagging reduced default rates, yeah. Ah, nice. I think we are getting there. Continuous refresher trainings, increased sales as the lag, reduced staff turnover through periodic staff engagement, yes. Reduced accidents, road safety measures as the leading, yes. Reduced COVID-19 positive, wow, reduced COVID-19 positive cases led by adherence to MOE guidelines on COVID-19. Reduced accidents and incidences led by sensitizing employees on safety. Now we have, at least we are there, we are there, we are there. A point of interest on disciplinary. If some actions are taken, which becomes the leading measure, is it right to say reduced discipline cases becomes a lagging measure? Reduced discipline cases out of stern actions taken out of the disciplinary processes. Still okay, yeah, that's okay. Lagging diverse workforce out of compliance with affirmative action strategies. Wow, very interesting, you people. Good, good, good. I'll not read all of them, but I think now we have understood this. So these are some of the measures we're going to be using when we are looking at the key performance indicators in our organizations in terms of even rolling them down to the balance scorecard, the HR balance scorecard. So I think we are good there. And could we take our break now, or we want to take a break after this? So now I'll not go into talking more about the leading and lagging measures. What I wanted us to understand now we have really understood. So what would be remaining when we meet would be to look at the balance scorecard development. So could we take our break for the 10 minutes and come back because we are supposed to finish we're supposed to be finishing our course at what time? At 1 or something. Is it okay? Could we take our break now?
Let's
For
take
15
our,
minutes? Yeah.
Madam Jocelyn,
Yes, please.
let us take our break up to, we meet at 12:05.
12:05, okay.
12:05. And then because of that interruption in the morning,
Yes.
let's not hurry the participants through. Let's move up to, let's move up to 1:30.
It's okay.
So that we take care of everything.
Yes. Agreed.
Very well.
Okay. So we can take our break and come back.
Uje kodi. Oh, ni wipanga sasa. Mambere mbolera bahati saa 10:30. Eh. Oh, sawa. Aya. Choka ene manya yoni bo manya yo bolu amanya yo. Sasa loto ha choka wene wakani choka kuanza kulera sasa bayaba khumanye mwene benda khubirisi mo khutsi khubukole bendu byana. Oyino unyala khubera khale no unyala khubera eno. Eh. Okay, sawa. Aya.
Okay, so welcome back. I hope we are there. We needed to start somewhere there. We said we can't go back to the leading and the lagging measures. Now at least we have understood something. So we move forward. Welcome back. I hope you had your small bathroom break so we can continue from there now. So what I really wanted to get us to understand about leading and lagging measures is that the lagging measures reflect some delay or gap between your actions and the change of the final results. That one we can read and get to understand it at some point. And we say that the characteristics of lagging measures indicate end results. Like we said again, end results. It tells you what happened, not what is happening, what already happened. And then it could be less effective in measuring the effects of specific changes made on the system. Whereas some of the lagging measures, examples of the employee retention, employee performance, organization performance, all these things we already shared in the chart. And we say again that the lagging indicators have a direct bearing on the company's bottom line. That's what I was talking about when I was talking about the financial health of the organization. What is the financial health like? There's a business interest, and what is the financial aspect in terms of that? We have so many shareholders who have an interest in that. The bankers, you know, the lenders and all that have an interest. If they look at some of the lagging measures and they're not happy, they'll be thinking this is not anywhere to invest or do something. And of course, the leading measures are process measures. They help you gauge the incremental progress you are making towards key outcomes. What you are making, the progress you are making towards the lagging measures or towards enabling your lagging measures look good. And the characteristics are that they process measure, there's immediate feedback to the system, they tell you what is happening and can be tracked over time. The leading measures can be tracked over time, and then they also provide an early warning of emerging results. So they are very responsive to changes in the system. And like I said, again, these are the measures or the indicators we are going to be looking at when we are also looking or developing the HR Balance Scorecard. It's more a people issue. It's more some of the parameters we have in the organization in terms of the key performance indicators, the performance measures we have that will help us to understand or to get to make it work for us. So then let's look at the HR Balance Scorecard now even in more detail. Like I said again earlier, the scorecard is the HR Balance Scorecard is a mix-up of the HR scorecard and the Balance Scorecard. As in, you have to understand the scorecard before you get to understand the HR Balance Scorecard. And then there's that balance between the financial and the traditional aspect. So the scorecard, the HR scorecard is a strategic measurement system. It helps you measure, it helps you manage and improve, like I said earlier, improve the deliverables. And they can also be known as metrics and can also be looked at in terms of even saying that they are the KPIs. They are the metrics that are linked to the organizational strategy. They are actually metrics. The HR scorecard measures some of the metrics that will be used in an organization. And we are saying that now the scorecard itself is actually a visual, pictorial kind of thing. It's a visual representation of the key measures of human resource. Someone, I don't know, it is, please mute your mic. There's some noise. So we are saying that a HR scorecard is a visual representation of key measures within the HR department in terms of their achievement, the productivity, and some other factors which are measured, including like the costs of hiring, the turnover, the performance management, the aligning of corporate goals. And that is what we are going to be looking at now when we get to want to understand the HR scorecard even more. So as we know, the HR strategy follows business strategies. So the HR scorecard is heavily influenced by the business scorecard. So the business scorecard must first stand for the HR scorecard to do what? To get to be done. So let's remind ourselves again from what we just learned about the organizational scorecard, where we were saying it has the financial perspective, it has the customer perspective, it has the learning and growth, and has the internal business processes. So from a HR perspective, we are going to be looking at, when we talk about learning and growth in terms of our employees, first we want to reflect in terms of looking at, we want to achieve our vision. If we want to achieve our vision, how will we sustain our ability to change and improve? How can we sustain that? How can we continue making our improvement out of that? And we are saying that we shall now start looking at certain objectives that can help us improve in terms of learning and growth, certain measures that will make us achieve this objective, certain targets and certain initiatives. Like we said again, the objective, what do we want to achieve out of that? What is the measure of that achievement? What is the target out of it, and what is the initiative you are going to do? What is the activity you're going to do to help us meet this target? And the target can be measured to relate to the objective. So these are things we are going to be looking at now when we're developing our HR Balance Scorecard. From a customer perspective, we are going to then get to start understanding how, if we have to achieve our vision, how should we appear to our customers? We want to achieve our vision, yes. And we said our vision is what? Maybe to be a leading producer of whatever it is. To achieve that vision, how should we appear in our customers? What would be the objective? What do we want to do in terms of our customers? If the objective is to give them total satisfaction, what are the measures that will help us get to that satisfaction? What are the targets in terms of customer satisfaction or customer retention? What is it we are targeting? And what are the initiatives we are going to have to lead us into meeting our targets in an aspect of meeting the customer satisfaction? Then again, back to internal business processes, where we'll base our issues in terms of satisfying shareholders and customers. What the business processes what would be the business processes we are going to be excelling in? So out of that, again, we shall look at the objectives, an objective that would help us like make our business process, or that would be aligned to our internal business process, that would help us then achieve an aspect of excelling in terms of supporting the business process that will make us then get our customers, and then the customers can then give us the money we want. So again, under financial perspective, you're going to be looking at how can we succeed financially? How should we appear to our shareholders? Shareholders have a lot of interest in organizations in terms of they want to pump in money, they want to be the ones lending, they want to look at the profits that are being generated, they want the organization to be a going concern. So what would be the objective that would help us to have some sound or some healthy financial status, such that when the shareholders are looking at us, they are thinking, yeah, I think we did not make a mistake. This is the best organization to invest in. So generally, but down into now the nitty-gritties, that's where we are getting. And like I told you again, the HR scorecard or dashboard would look like this. It's at a snapshot, you can actually see what is going on. If it is a gauge of fuel, you will see the gauge is here, maybe not right. It's here, looking like this, here, looking like this. So that is how a HR scorecard should look like. Pictorial or some drawing of sorts that just gives you a snapshot of what is happening within the organization. And that is now what helps you to then understand. Like for this one now we are seeing here, we are looking at the green would mean it meets the standards that have been defined, and the blue exits. So here it's just meeting. Here I think it is neutral. There it is. It's just really just a dashboard. It's just an example of a dashboard. But let's get to now looking at the HR vis-a-vis the business scorecard. And the business scorecard is what we've just been looking at all through since we started. So we want to look at the HR scorecard and the business scorecard aligned together, so it can now help us attain what we want to attain in terms of the balance scorecard. Now, so now we are here saying the HR scorecard and something just hold on. It's interfering with my presentation. Okay, so the HR scorecard would look like this, one side, and the balance scorecard, business balance scorecard would look like what is on to my right. So to my right, like we said, already we talk about the financial results, we talk about the core business strategy, we talk about the customer satisfaction and the business processes. This other side now, the HR scorecard would talk about more competencies. What are the competencies that are there within the HR department that would help drive some of these processes? What are some of the practices HR is engaged with that would make us achieve our objective? What are the HR deliverables, the activities that would help us excel, deliverables? What are deliverables? Yeah. Then we'll be looking at what are the HR systems that have been put in place that can help the organization get its HR strategic or align itself to the HR strategic focus. So when we're looking at the HR scorecard, we base ourselves more to this, but of course we are picking our main items. To deliver this, we have to understand the business balance scorecard. That's what I wanted us to understand. So if we have to balance the value creation with the cost control and some efficiency, we have to look at now the HR scorecard like this, from this perspective. Now we are saying at this point in time, balancing value creation with cost control and efficiencies will be, it involves identifying both performance drivers and enablers to support the company's strategic priorities. It will involve the performance drivers and enablers. So now we get back to this, diagram to see. We are saying we want to now base ourselves more on the HR scorecard, but we want to look at performance drivers that would enable support the organizational strategic priority. So what we'll be looking at more would be the systems, the competencies, the practices. The deliverables, at least we have known them because they are some of the things that we have been looking at in terms of doing the lagging and the leading measures, where we are saying that like one of the HR deliverable would be like executing strategy, maybe building efficient infrastructure, increasing employee commitment and capability, creating a reward organization, something like that, deliverables. But of course, we have systems, we have competencies, we have practices that would help realize the strategic focus. So now we get back to understanding these items. Yeah. So, okay, so before we get there, because we'll get at it again, this. So this one, we'll look at it again sometime after we have just done these two slides. So about the scorecard again, we are saying this scorecard, the HR scorecard will be focusing more on leading indicators. Again, it also identifies the differences between the HR doables and the deliverables. Now, what are the HR doables? The HR scorecard, it focuses on leading indicators. Remember the leading indicators we were looking at initially with the lagging and the leading indicators. That is what it focuses on. Then it also identifies the differences between HR doables and HR deliverables. And the deliverables, I've just talked about them. Creating a reward organization, building an efficient infrastructure, maybe increasing employee commitment or something like that. What are the doables? What are the HR doables? The things we just do, planning, staffing, training, all those are just the HR doables. So then the scorecard again demonstrates the HR contribution to strategy, the HR contribution to strategy implementation to the company's bottom line. It demonstrates how well HR can do or can work in terms of supporting the strategy, from the improving the workforce up to enabling the organization to have a better financial health than if it were to now base its strategy on just operations. And then it also helps managers focus on and manage their strategic responsibilities. So the scorecard will help us also understand how managers can focus and manage their responsibilities. Because sometimes you find that, like we said again earlier, if performance is not being measured, then there's nothing we are doing. If performance is not being measured, then we cannot start talking about results. And if there are no results, then which organization wants to operate without results? We can say again that the Balance Scorecard encourages HR flexibility and change. Like we said again earlier, there are things this scorecard will be showing us that will now trigger us to start changing. we'll look at it in terms of, okay, so this is not working for us, this is the gap, so we change this to the other. So that is where we are going to be headed. And then when it comes to developing your HR scorecard, there are a few things we are going to be looking at. We'll define or describe your business strategy in terms of the actions and decisions that a company takes to reach their business goals. What decisions would you be taking in terms of meeting your goals? That would now be something we'll be looking at. And then developing a strategy map. What is a strategy map? It will help us in achieving employee engagement and alignment to an organization. It's like the plans. What plans do you have to get to? What tactics do you have to get to achieve something? And this has a direct link with employee engagement. The HR strategy map has a direct link with the employee engagement. Then we'll also look at identifying the high leverage or the high leverage HR deliverables. High leverage, the ones that work so well for us. What would work so well for us to enable us achieve what we want to achieve? What would we leverage on to help us as HR to deliver? Or what are the best KPIs we can use? Because we may have 1,000 KPIs, but they're just those that add value to what we do. So what are they and which ones are they? So we work with those ones. If they don't work well, then we can pick others and add to that. And like we said again, it's not good again to pick so many KPIs put together because they will cause confusion. With the balance scorecard, just pick a few, prioritize what you really need, and then work with that. Then we'll also look at identifying key components of a HR architecture that supports the HR deliverables. What we are saying here is identifying the components of the HR design, which design supports the HR deliverables, and then we shall develop a HR scorecard. This is now just the process that helps us to get there. Now, I want us to define our company's business strategy. What is your business strategy? So you have to begin developing your strategy map. Then you have to identify your high leverage or your high HR deliverables. What are they? For you and your organization, because like we said again, organizations are different. Organizations are unique. So for you and your organization, you know what your company's strategy is. What is it? That is what we're supposed to be doing now. Then you develop your strategy map. Where do you want to start? What are some of the key things you want to be looking at? Yeah. So we are saying again that we'll get to understand this. We'll get to understand okay. So we'll get to understand it more when we now start getting to developing it. We are saying that the transition of HR from transactional roles to strategic future, in an effort to do that, HR must move from focusing on what it does to focusing on the results the organization needs to achieve. So what we are saying here is that there's more of focusing on what the organization needs to achieve, but with the people aspect in our minds. So for HR, the deliverables are the capabilities that will make the organization unique and drive creation of intangible value. The deliverables, what is it we want to deliver? Executing strategy, how do we execute this strategy? That is what is going to make us unique. So we have to look like we can help an organization to drive, and we have to help an organization execute strategy to look like we have value in the organization, to look like we are not just the operational or the operational aspect in terms of just HR as an operator. We want to be looked at as a strategic thinker, a strategic partner that would help deliver in some of the issues that would drive the organization. So again, now back to what we were looking at before. I think the slide got to whatever. But now what I'm saying here is that these are the systems we're talking about. These are the competencies we talked about, and the strategic focus, HR practices, and the deliverables. And the deliverables, we already talked about them. But when we look at the HR scorecard, we want to look at an aspect of balancing the value creation and cost controls plus efficiencies. What value does HR create? How does HR manage costs? Look at now even just the systems. What value does HR create in terms of the system? Which systems are there that would help us in terms of operations? Which systems? what are the HR competencies? How are our employees? How do we even recruit them? What are the levels of these employees in terms of giving us value? What is the cost of that recruitment that would make us now get to saying, yeah, at least there's value here? That is now a strategic focus. Practices. Which practices are we leveraging on to help us to achieve in terms of getting this strategic focus? So the Balance Scorecard helps in identifying both performance drivers and enablers to support the company's priorities. Now let's look at this one by one to see what it would help us in. So like for the HR competencies, when we're looking at the Balance Scorecard under HR competencies, we'll be looking at the operational, we should be looking at the operational efficiency. After understanding operational efficiency, we shall be looking at the high performance work systems. Now, what are these work systems? The knowledge and use of best practices in HR. Some of the systems would be like, how do we, even how is our culture like? How do we operate within ourselves as HR or within the organization as HR and the systems that are there in terms of knowledge and using the best practices? What is this best practice? How do we even recruit? Yeah. High performance work systems are the systems that come together to help HR achieve its objective. The systems which HR use, recruitment system, how is the culture, how is the compensation system working, how is the engagement aspect coming in to help the organization achieve its objective. So high performance work system is very important in terms of getting the knowledge and use of best practice. And then we'll also be looking at employee relations advocacy and HR competencies. And then we'll look at strategy execution. Do these employees have the mandate or the ability to execute strategy? Do they have the skills? Do they have the know-how? Or are they just there? They're just employees, yes. Have they even been taken through some training? And then also, can these employees then work as change agents in terms of HR competencies? These are the things that would be looked at when you're trying to understand the HR competencies. Efficiency in terms of operations. How does efficiency come in? High performance work systems, we talked about that. Employee relations in terms of advocacy, so that we are minimizing on court cases. You see, court cases are also an issue. It's a cost to the organization. Is there a way we can make this even reduce so that we have very little litigation? So we are improving in our employee relations. So still on high performance work systems, this has, like we said, or maybe if it was not so clear, the specific combination of practices, work structures, work processes, and all this enhance employee skills and knowledge. They also improve commitment and involvement and adaptability. And we are saying that the concept of high performance work systems is the system. The concept is the system. What processes are there? What work structures? What culture? What knowledge? What all those things linked to? This is what we are now looking at here. Okay. So the high performance work systems would link selection and promotion decisions to a validated competency model. Selections and promotion decisions. That is what it will be also be looking at in terms of what structure is there to help in how do we select employees, how do we promote employees, and also get to understand their competencies in terms of even developing a competency model. Develop strategies that provide timely and effective support for skills required for strategy implementation. High performance work system also, it's a system that develops strategies that provide timely and effective support for skills. It also then enacts a compensation and performance management policy that attracts, retains, and motivates high performance employees. Like we said, it's a combination of practices, some of which are these linking, it does linking of promotion decisions, develop strategies to provide efficiency, enact compensation management policies for retention of employees within an organization. So getting back here, we have to understand that all these come under here. High performance work systems would be something that would work for us well in terms of understanding the HR competencies. What competencies are there within us in HR? So the high performance work systems would help us build the competency that can work for us in an organization. So let me share some examples or some example elements of high performance work systems. Some of high performance work systems are one, let's look at just a few. Average merit increases granted by job classification and performance, or number of quality of cross-functional teams, number of employees suggestions generated and implemented. These are now the key elements of a high performance work system. Percentage of total salary at risk, quality of employees feedback systems, number of hours of training received by new employees, merit pay differential between high performing and low performing employees. This one I think some organizations do and others don't know. Proportion of workforce that receives formal performance feedback from 360. These are just elements of high performance work systems. Organizations would define them differently depending on what they want to track, or would look just at a few of them depending on what they want to track to help them operate within the Balance Scorecard. Number of exceptional candidates recruited for the job for each strategic key job opening. That would be another example of that. I hope we are together up to there. We are yet to start developing our scorecard. We are just going through to pick some of the issues or some of the key things we need to look at. Now, under HR practices, which is now, we just looked at the HR competencies. We are now at HR practices. These HR practices, what are some of the things that we'll be looking at? Staff competency model, recruitment and selection, employee orientation, like we said, they're just the more, they're linked to the doables. Employee orientation, that's what we do. These are the practices. How do we do all these things? How do you compensate and benefit? How do we do performance management? How do we operate with an effective work design? That is now what will help us again to make our HR balance scorecard be more unique. Then there's something again on internal customer satisfaction, communication, training and development or succession planning. So these are some of the HR practices that we'll be looking at. Yeah, these are some of the HR practices we'll be looking at in terms of when we are developing our balance scorecard at that point in time. So a few, maybe for our own organizations, because they are unique, we might find that there's something else we need to look at, which we think is key for us at that point in time. Then we have the systems, HR systems. So now the HR systems here, we are going to be looking at the internal HR alignment. How is the alignment within the HR itself? How are structures looking like in terms of the hierarchy of reporting, the HR alignment with the company strategy? How is HR supporting the company strategy achieve its objective? We are going to be again getting to understand how do you match the HR strategy to the company culture? You know, we are saying we want to be the best, or we want to be the leading producer. How do we match that with leading producer? And we want to do that through a strategy of continuously satisfying our customers. So how do we match continually satisfying our customers to the company culture? What are the things we need to do to ensure that our customers are satisfied as the strategy of satisfaction? Then another HR system would be differentiating HR services to match different needs of different departments or strategic business units. Differentiating the HR services, because you might find that the HR service for maybe agriculture department is not the HR service that maybe factory department would be needing. So under HR system, that aspect of differentiating the services to match the needs of each department. Yeah, because you might be in an organization that needs several or different departments to be served, but from that point, at that point in time, the system would be different. The system of using or the system of supporting them would be different. Okay. So are we able to build from your deliverables? Let's assume now you have your deliverables. Like I tried to share mine. Are you able to identify your key high leverage HR doables? What are your doables and enablers in terms of HR competencies, HR practices, HR systems? What are the competencies we have within ourselves in terms of HR? Are we able to identify the HR practices that are good for us to, when we look at the HR, when we look at the organizational objective and the strategy we want to use to get there, do we have the right HR competencies to get there? Do we have the right practices? Do we have the system that will help us to understand, or to a system that are going to help us to match what we want to achieve? So this is what we'll look at again. So in terms of creating measures for HR system alignment, we'll have to consider assessing perception of staff, assessing staff perceptions of the internal alignment in terms of practices. So how do you assess perception of staff? Sometimes you can do a survey, and also try to understand how consistent are these practices. Look at discipline, maybe, or what can we say, promotion practice. Are they internally consistent with one another, or are promotions in one department different and promotions in another department different? This is the kind of alignment we can be looking at in terms of our organizations. And then we also assess staff perceptions of the external alignment of your HR practices. That is, to what extent your deliverables are able to drive, or to what extent your deliverables enable the company's performance drivers and strategic objectives. To what extent do they enable this to happen? To what extent do the practices support that is now externally? How do your deliverables and your practices support achieve the objective? So it's sounding a bit complex, but I think when we get lower, we'll get to understand it better. Now, when you create measures of your HR alignment, let's look at what we can start, or where we can start. How do you create your HR alignment to the business strategy? One, you have to understand how your organization, what your organization has and what it does not have. So for ourselves now, let us look at what does my organization have and what does it not have? What does it have? Does it have the money? Sometimes you look at the strengths and the weaknesses. We'll be looking at that bigger picture. What does it have? Then get to HR now. From a HR point of view, what do I have? What does my organization have? Now, talent management. In terms of talent, or managing the talent, do I have job descriptions? Look at this. Do I have job descriptions for each position? Look at yourself as the HR manager. Do you have performance-based compensation for your staff? Do you have regular reviews of compensation? Do you have sourcing strategies? How do you recruit? Do you have comprehensive onboarding program to help you do talent management? And we are doing this because we want to align our HR system to help us then build our scorecard. Another aspect after where to start. From yourself, from your side as a HR practitioner, look at employee development. We are just at where to start. Employee development. Do we have employee development career paths identified in there for their roles? Do we have that within our organization? These are very key for us, by the way, when we're doing the scorecard, because these are some of the things you can look at to see how well you are performing. Do we have management development plans for all levels, or just for the top management alone? Maybe for the CEO alone, maybe for the heads of departments alone? Do we have succession plans, learning strategies for workforce-based objectives for the business and requirements for each job? These are things you could be asking yourself. That's why we are saying, where do we start in terms of creating measures for HR system alignment? Under rewards and recognition, from a HR point of view again, do we have rewards and recognition programs and associated policies? Do we have that? Do we have different rewards and standard or standard rewards? Do we link organizational performance measures with those rewards, or how do we do the rewards? Do we have monetary and non-monetary rewards? These are questions we should be asking ourselves. There are so many things to think about, and like I said again, but we must narrow them down to just something we can be able to to measure and monitor and eventually get to even see the results. Under performance management, again, from a HR point of view, do we have performance management systems to monitor outcomes for every position? Do we have explicit guidelines for assessing performance? Do we have performance-based compensation? Yeah, remediation mechanisms for underperformance. Do we have that, or do we just say these people are not performing, that is it? How do we link between the individual performance and the organizational performance? Very key for us to understand, and this would also help us in terms of measuring or creating measures of the HR system alignment. So the HR system alignment is wide and so many aspects can pick in it. So these are just four. There could be others. There could be other things you'll want to look at in terms of your organization. Maybe this is not key for you, but for a good system to work, it must have some parameters that we're looking at. And we said, where do we start? So you start from understanding or asking yourself a question, what is it you have? Or what are your strengths? In other words, what are your strengths and what are some of the weaknesses? So your strengths are now talent management processes, employee development processes, reward recognition, maybe policy and performance management kind of strategy that works well to support your employees. So if all these things are supporting your employees, it means you are really good. And this would look like even a nice performance, a high performance work system, this. So under creating measures of your HR system alignment, another thing would be, ask yourself another question. Where is my organization misaligned? Where are the gaps and the trouble spots? You start looking at where are the gaps. This is what you have. Where are the gaps? Maybe there's something you've really left out that needs to be part of that. So you pick it again and put it as part of what you have. What is the low-hanging fruit? What can I do now that will make progress towards the alignment? Look at the gap and what you can do. And then what's your plan to assess the gaps and take action to get better alignment? And then priorities for the next 6 months, for the next 12 months, for the next 12 years. Actually, you are like developing a plan where you are, where you want to go, and some of the strategies that will help you along the way up to when you want to achieve. And then you have put yourself, you've given yourself parameters or timelines of when you want to achieve what you want to achieve. 6 months, 12 months, or within 12 years. So that is just a bit about creating measures of the HR system alignment. Now we are getting to how we shall implement this HR strategic role to the Balance Scorecard. This one, just simple. First, we have to define the business strategy. What is a business strategy? And like we said again, they could be very generic. Maximize operational efficiency, to increase presence in the international markets, to improve productivity. So once you know your company's business strategy, you can focus on how to implement it. So do we know our business strategy? Do we know our company's business strategies? That is something we're supposed to ask ourselves. Do we know? Yeah. So it's really important to have goals. And these goals must be understood by the employees. And the employees then must understand how what they are doing rolls back into achieving the organizational goals. And in terms of whatever they are doing must be done with a certain measure, because you must be having standards of performance against the target, the actual against the desired. So this is the actual performance, the desired is here. So even under performance, you're supposed to then get to understand or sit with your employees to understand where they are, where you want to go, and some of the strategies that will help you get there, and some of the parameters that would help them to get there. So once an organization understands or makes their employees understand the goals, why they exist, then the employees would very easily understand their roles and then understand how much effort they would put in terms of executing their roles to help attain the bigger picture. So when we're implementing the strategic role, we are saying we are clearly defining the business strategy. Then we build a business case for HR as a strategic asset. Business case here to support your strategy, because all the time you find that HR is being looked at as a operational whatever most of the time. So you find that you want to make yourself be more a strategic partner. So we are saying that human resource professionals need to build a clear business case for why and how HR can support the strategy. How do we do that? That business case must include recommendation for implementation of an expansion of a high performance work system. Examples, we'll look at them. But already we saw the high performance work systems up there, so I don't think we really need to put the examples here. Step number 3, we have to create a strategy map by developing the map that illustrates how the company creates customer value. Now the diagram of a value chain. And what we would consider there would now be the strategic objectives of the organization, the goals, the outcomes, and looking at how critical they are, the performance drivers for each goal, and the measures that are being taken towards progressing to the goal, and how employees need to behave to achieve their goals. And then we look at how HR does HR provide employees with necessary competencies and behaviors. Strategy map, this aspect would help us try to develop a strategy map, because you're asking yourself these questions. Which strategic goal is so critical? What is the driver? What is the progress? How should we behave as employees? And what is the support we are getting in terms of enabling these employees behave in a certain manner to achieve that goal? Then finally, we identify the HR deliverables within the strategy map. And already the deliverables, we said, if your firm decides that achieving a short research development cycle requires employee stability, in other words, low turnover, we'll want to design HR policies that encourage stability. That would be now one of the deliverables. Then aligning HR's architecture with HR deliverables. This would be aligning architecture is like a design, aligning HR structure, a design with HR deliverables. We already saw the deliverables. Now we are looking at the HR design. And we say that a company's HR architecture must be designed to allow HR to deliver training. HR must deliver training, HR must recruit, HR should retain and have certain goals for the company as a whole to achieve the strategic goals. So what we are saying here, maybe to help us, is that if, like earlier, we said that in step 3, here in step 3. So we are saying in step 3, you identify the research and development cycle time as an important performance driver. So it means in step 4, you identify the employee stability as the HR deliverable that will enable that performance driver. Stability will enable HR cycle time. So the 5th, in the step 5, you might identify market rewards and career opportunities as HR systems elements that ensure employee stability. So this rolls to this and this rolls to the other, something like that. Then finally, there's the designing the strategic HR measurement systems. So we are saying after you have laid the ground, it's time to design the HR measurement system, which is now the HR Balance Scorecard. Develop valid measures of the HR deliverables required to meet your strategic objectives. Valid deliverables. Are they valid? Are they something that you can work with? Are they something that looks like it's supporting the overall objective of the organization? An example is employee stability, what we've just looked at. So there are several ways stability can be measured. Define who is the senior staff by years of professional experience, or what you mean by stability. What would you be meaning by stability? Maybe something different, maybe the turnover rate, or only voluntary turnover and not promotions would be your stability. So it just depends on how you want to define that stability. And so the HR measurement system you develop will become your HR scorecard. The HR measurement system you develop at that point in time, like we said, HR systems would be different, your deliverables would be different, your enablers would be different, your doables are the same. Doables are the same, deliverables would be a bit different because of what you want to achieve as an organization or as the HR department to support the organization. Now, lastly, that's when you now implement the management by measurement, which is now the scorecard. So once a scorecard is developed, you will have a powerful new management tool. So all these things, I know they've been a bit heavy. It's a bit technical to understand the scorecard. And once you understand it, it becomes a bit easy for you to work with. I hope I'm clear unless there's a question. Now we want to start developing the scorecard to create, now we want to start creating the scorecard. Any question up to there? Any concern maybe? So then we get to creating the HR scorecard. I'm assuming there's no question. Unless you have one, please raise you can unmute and talk if there's any question. So we create the scorecard like this. The key elements to understand are just three. Identify strategic performance drivers, like we said earlier on. The deliverables, which are activities that will realize the objective, or what is needed, or what is needed that would create value. Like maybe talk about talented employees, that would be a strategic performance driver in terms of your deliverable. You want to ensure you have talented employees because that will help you now then work well with your internal processes, and the internal processes will now move to customer satisfaction, then to the focus in terms of cost management or cost or profits that will be there. External alignment practices, work designs and competencies, that's what we're looking at, and then evaluating the degree of alignment. This is just a capsule in terms of helping you to jog your mind to start thinking. So what else can I be looking at? Elements that you should understand. Evaluating degree of alignment between the practices and the deliverables. What are the practices and what are the deliverables? Practices would be more of the doables, but what are the deliverables? An engaged team, not just having a team. Now, this is now what we call the example of a HR balance scorecard. This is an example of a HR balance scorecard. I'll want to look at it in a capsule, so I don't. So we are all like moving together, but we'll again go slowly to break it down. Now, a scorecard would look like this in a capsule, but there must be an aspect of these 4 parameters, like we said again. There must be an aspect of learning and growth, supposed to be learning and growth. There must be the perspective of HR internal processes. Then there will be an aspect of internal customers, and there will be an aspect of financial. The financial aspect. This financial aspect is what makes us now really then operate. Why are we in business? Why are we existing? It will answer those questions. Now, from a HR point of view, again, we are saying that under learning and development, let me start down going up. Maybe it will help us understand. Under learning and development, I've squeezed it because I want us to operate together and understand it together. So even when we go to the nitty-gritties, you already understand it from a capsule. Now, under learning and development, or learning and growth are perspective. There are 4 perspectives, this, and that, just like the main balance scorecard was looking like. Under learning and growth, what we'll be looking at is, this is an example, developing internal capabilities. How do we develop internal capabilities, and we could also deploy HR systems in terms of developing internal capabilities. Have some HR systems, HR information systems. So it means these employees' capabilities will be developed. And also when you deploy HR information systems to help employees to be more efficient in terms of what they're operating. So before you even get to developing this and deploying that, our key objective would be to want to create a HR climate for action. So now we want to create a HR climate for action. You want to make a HR department more meaningful, more vibrant, more warm, more collaborative. You can only do that through developing internal capabilities. How do you develop these internal capabilities? How do you develop internal capabilities? Then you can also do that through deploying human resource information systems. Okay. So this can be done, this to developing internal HR capabilities and deploying HR information can be done through building strategic HR competencies. You build strategic HR competencies. So how do you develop internal HR capabilities? Maybe you will focus on, now, this one's now, the key objective here will be, these are the enablers. These are the enablers under learning and growth. The objective is, it's actually the enablers. So these enablers will focus on people most of the time. So you focus on people to get to understand, do these people have the right capabilities? Can you like maybe develop like a right culture within these people? Are you able to exploit technology now through here? Help these employees to exploit the technology that is there. So you are equipping them and helping them grow or be more efficient or be more productive within under learning and development. Are you growing them? Are you developing? Are you molding? Are you even coaching them? Because when this is done, we'll have actually done that through building strategic competencies. Whatever you'll be doing here would actually be looked at as building the strategic HR competencies. Yeah? I hope this is clear. I hope this is clear. You want to create a HR climate for action. HR climate. What is HR? The people aspect. You want the HR not to feel like they're demeaned. You want to make them have an open kind of open door policy. You want them to be more productive. You want them to be more efficient. You want them to compete favorably. How would you do that under learning and growth? You develop their capabilities in terms of you train them, you can coach them, you can deploy HR information systems and train them and coach them and give them that mandate, make them practice much in terms of what you have given them as the system to use and help them exploit technology. After doing this, or upon doing this, you'll be building the competency. You'll be building the competency. So when you build the competence such that they are able to now learn and grow, that learning and grow now moves you to enhance your internal processes. So how do you enhance your internal processes? One, we'll be looking at applying excellent recruitment processes, because we said that internal processes are a key aspect that would be being looked at when we are looking at how HR supports the bigger picture, or it's a strategy map. So after learning and growth, this should help enhance the internal process through applying excellent recruitment processes. Because once these people have already learned that you've developed them, you've given them all they need, you have trained them and all that, they are so vibrant, they are knowledgeable. So they start applying excellent recruitment processes. The lead time, the turnaround time is less. The channels of recruitment are now developed, they're even better. The process of recruitment is also very straightforward and well-defined, and the process or the policy is also well done. Then, under still the internal process, you could again develop employee competencies, develop strategic employee competencies. Because here you've struggled to build their capabilities, it means you will already have a strategic employee competency. So they have skills that are required to be able to manage even the processes that are already there, to manage the equipment that is already there. So theirs is just to make sure they are now working real time. Then there's also that aspect of implementing best talent management practices. After this, after learning this, after equipping them here, this will enable them implement best talent management practices or adhere to the best practices in terms of talent management through the leadership of HR manager. And then it will mean that under internal process again, we have optimized performance management systems. The performance management systems is also optimized because already you have developed these people to understand this system. So they have learned about that and they really know what happens. So out of that, we are saying the objective that would be here, why are we doing this internal business process? Because we want to build a better team, and we want to also improve our operations. Yeah, we want to build a better team and improve our operations. And we can only build this after we have made our open plan, our open whatever here, very nice. We have engaged them, we have given them, to allow them to employ, to explore technology. We have allowed them to have the right culture. We have inculcated that culture of learning, because again, without them having that culture of learning, they might not even learn anything. So you have empowered them here. And by empowering them here, it means you are enabling them to deliver innovative HR solutions. After they have gone through all this, you have enabled your employees to deliver innovative HR solutions. Yeah? And this could also be delivered through partnering with the business units to continually improve HR. Because another thing, sometimes you have solutions that might not even be meeting the needs of your customers. That's another thing. So how do you enable your needs meet the needs of the customer? Who are these customers? They could be internal, they could be external. But here we are saying you must partner with the business units. It is within internal HR. What are the business units you're operating with? The business units could be like the departments we are working in, the departments. You and finance, you and maybe agriculture, you and commercial, you and sales, you and IT, something like that. So having empowered your employees here helps them, helps you to, or helps the department or the HR partner with business units to continually improve HR, because IT will tell you, in as much as you are doing this, there's a gap here. Can you help us? So you continue developing or making your processes, internal processes, even better. Production will be telling you, our real time would look like this. Let us work like this to help us here. You are partnering with the business and continuing to improve your HR under internal processes. So we are saying all these processes help us deliver innovative HR solutions. But of course, we must partner with the business. Without partnering with the business, we might not know the gaps that are there. So we might be thinking we're doing so well, but we are not covering or meeting the gap that would be there at that point in time. Are we together?
Yes, we are, Jocelyn.
Thank you, thank you. So after now understanding the internal process and where we are saying this will help deliver innovative HR solutions, it now rolls back to the customer, internal customer. Well, if we are able to deliver innovative HR solutions, it means with this support, with the support of all these activities here, we are able to create a positive work environment. Yeah, our processes are so good such that by the time even the client, the internal customer is coming to us, they're saying, very good. Now the HR process in terms of, let's assume the HR process in terms of leave management, you're already perfect here. You can deliver the leave management to the internal customer. So by the time they're getting here, you are talking to them about leave management, they're telling you, in fact, you've really made us really feel nice. The process of leave management has become better. So from an internal customer perspective, you have actually created a positive work environment. But this can only be created if these processes are looking good and employees are happy, because one, they are happy because first of all, you started with creating the HR climate for action. You developed them, then you move them here, enhance your processes, make them even better, partner with the business units to support them. And that support is what makes you now then work even better with them. So by doing this, you have delivered, or you are able to deliver innovative solutions through creating now positive work environment. You create positive work environment, and on the other hand, you can also enhance the internal customer perspective in terms of employee satisfaction. Yeah. So all this, if these are done, it means you have actually built competitive capabilities, because it all started here, then all these things were enhanced, then through that we were able to deliver innovative solutions through partnership, and out of that you are able to create a positive work environment. And when you create a positive work environment, you are actually building a competitive capability that will satisfy this customer. And once this customer is also satisfied, they will the repeat, like we say, the repeat customer talk good, things become more efficient, because we find that from a HR point of view, sometimes some of the things we do, some of the activities we do or we play in HR are supposed to be like feeding into someone else's department to operate. So if these customers are not happy in terms of how we are feeding into their areas to help them also achieve something, they will start grumbling and saying that HR is not supportive. HR have, what they say, HR wamelala. Why have HR slept on the job? So we are building competitive capabilities through creating a positive work environment, but after these things have been done. So again, something else under internal customers, there's an aspect of enhancing the internal customer or employee satisfaction aspect, because people are feeling like the processes are so good. Bureaucracy used to be there those days, but now the processes have been streamlined. You want this is just packed, just in time. You know, people are like, very good. I think we are on the right track. So what are some of the objectives under here? Some of the objectives we're looking at is ensuring that we have the right skills for the right jobs. Yeah. Right skills for the work, for the right job, to enable us build a competitive capability and to enable, create this positive work environment and enhance the customer satisfaction. Employees must be having the right skills. And then we can also say, if we developed a well-managed HR function, then we are good to go. It means our process will also actually look competitive, or our process becomes competitive. Our internal customers, our aspect of building competitive capabilities is enhanced when we have a well-managed HR functions, or this leads to competitive capabilities. So it's actually they marry each other. So then, after understanding this, after creating a positive work environment, after enhancing customer satisfaction and all that, you'll find that all this now will roll to financial aspect. So when we talk about financial aspect here, we are saying that we are matching skills to jobs through enhancing the return on investment of HR strategic initiative. So if we are building a competitive capability here, it means we are able to manage costs. We have built a competitive capability through satisfying our internal customers, and meaning our objective here was to ensure that we have the right skills and the HR function has been managed so well. So then we are saying that under this aspect, to realize our financials or our health, financial health status, we're actually managing the HR cost. If all this has been done, even the costs we are going to be working with in terms of achieving our objective would be less, because we have managed, we have put the right peg in the right hole. So there's nothing that looks misplaced. Our processes are good, they have been enhanced, customers are happy. We have put all the excellent recruitment processes and competencies and practices, and we have made sure that our employees are trained and they are well trained to be able to exploit the technology that is there and to be able to compete in the market. So we manage costs through enhancing ROI of HR strategic initiative and enhancing employee productivity. When you enhance employee productivity, it means it can only be enhanced through now matching the skills to jobs. It's very easy to enhance employee productivity if the skills were matched to the jobs that they are doing. And this will roll back to now making us have a leverage on the financial, on our finances or on our financial perspective. And if our financial perspective is healthy, it means we are driving long-term shareholder value or maximizing on return on these employees, maximizing on return on investment. We have invested so much here. Through this, we have also invested here because of the processes, realigning them, improving them and all that. Then we have come back here to enhance customer satisfaction through the right skill, when managed function, building a competitive capability strategy, then managing costs. So when we manage this cost, it means we are also enhancing employee productivity, and that will make us drive long-term shareholder value that will maximize on return on employees. That is the strategy map of organization X, or that would be the strategy map of organization X. The objective here would be availing the right skills at low cost. HR objective. This is the example of a HR scorecard. So the objective here is availing the right skills at low cost. How is this done? So it starts here, all the way. Under internal customers, you have to ensure you have the right skills, a well-managed HR function. Under here is a better team, improved operations. Under the very first one, learning and growth, these are the enablers for the organization. Focusing on the people, focusing on the right culture, focusing on technology. So for you to make this balance scorecard also work well for you, you must be someone who is competing very well in the market, having the right capabilities, having right culture within the organization and within HR, and making sure you are matching the skills of the personnel to the jobs that they are doing. And once all this have been done, you're operating at a very minimal cost. There are no spillages, there are no errors, the errors have been reduced and all that. So you find that you're managing costs and you can be able to get a return on investment in terms of what you have put in this employee. They give you back through understanding this, through making your customers continue coming through, ensuring that you are managing your HR cost, so you make profit in terms of supporting the strategy of the organization. I hope I'm clear up to there, unless someone has a question. This is actually like the capsule of what is down there, but we can go through what I had put down so that anyone who is not still understanding can understand it better. But in summary, this is what I covered in the following slides. So let me just go down a bit for those who might not have understood so they can understand better. But this is exactly what we are going to see. So again, looking at the HR strategy map, what we've just seen, but minus those, I just fed this in to help us understand it in one capsule. But this is how it would look like. And then looking at now the strategic objectives under that would be, let's say, driving long-term shareholder value. That would be the strategic objective. And the key performance indicators would be shareholder value or shareholder value growth. This would be the very top one under the balance scorecard, the strategy map. Then, of course, there's something also enhancing ROI for HR strategic initiatives. From this, I just picked one to use for the example, but there could be another, enhancing ROI for HR strategic initiatives, where the key performance indicator would be ROI for strategic programs and initiatives. And under enhancing employee productivity, would say the key performance indicators would be profit per employee and revenue per employee. This would be helping us to get this. So then we have creating work environment and enhancing internal. These are now the internal customer perspective. If the strategic objective is to create positive work environment and enhance internal capability, we have key performance indicators. That means we have improved customer experience or increased awareness as the industry leaders, or percentages of employee turnover are also like defined. Another key performance indicator under employee, under internal customer would be employee satisfaction index and improved work culture. So this one, we'll be talking about this. So we have a positive work culture as an objective, and we have strategies that, we have KPIs that feed into it. Same here. We could have this as an objective, but this and this as an objective, but strategies that feed into this so that we can attain internal customer satisfaction. So under internal processes, if the strategic objective is to apply excellent recruitment process, the key performance indicators would be maybe average lead time to recruit, recruiting cost per employee, performance of new recruits during the first 2 years of employment. Internal process, this would come here, under customers. Under HR internal processes, one objective, another objective, another objective, another objective, and then we are looking at KPIs that feed in here, KPIs that feed in here, KPIs that feed in here, and KPIs that feed in here. So like we said, again, these KPIs would depend on what you have put here as your objective under HR internal process. Is there someone asking a question maybe? Are we following?
Yes, we are, but we got lost somewhere.
Okay, where did you get lost, please?
You are way, way ahead because we are caught up with attempting to look at this theory and apply it to our contexts.
Okay, let's get back to where you got lost. Where exactly?
At the strategy map, where do I start? So
where do I start? Mm-hmm.
So where like how to contextualize it.
You see, with LSK, after a while, people don't see any value add. So people just look for points. But the reality is,
see, like this is done this house, right? So I've come to see what I already have, and that was what my fear was when I was registering. I already have this, but not the pragmatic bit of it is nothing.
And you see now, when you go to such a webinar, you're actually looking at the pragmatic part, so that they can tell you this one is applied, that one is applied. I've seen that is the same trap. Is
that part of our conversation? I'm not so sure.
Let me ask her. Vivian Odengo needs to mute.
Is there something happening?
No, I think in terms of delivery, you are delivering the content. But where we normally get lost is between the theory and the practical part from a context perspective. I think otherwise your delivery is good, the material is good, but it ends up being a theoretical exercise.
Actually, just to add on to that, I can echo those.
Sorry.
I'd like to echo those sentiments because the facilitator is well seasoned with the scorecard or the scorecard implementation. But what I would have expected more is more of case studies. Like, do we have any case studies? Like when you're putting your point across, are you having any case studies that you can use to elaborate on a HR scorecard?
Like the one for creative.
Theory is already in place, and some of us already know the theoretical bit of it. But for me, what I would have expected is a case study to bring it out, to send the point home. And that is how you end up losing out people, because you see now when you're too theoretic and people cannot apply the theory to our day-to-day context, then you lose them completely. I think that is what I would have done. Yes.
I agree, because I also like last time when you were doing the creative, it was nice. You had a lot of practicals for us. And there was also a lot of case studies that you gave us, the ones for Mumias, for wherever you had. So, well, it's just a point to add with regard to the practical aspect of the material. From your delivery, you can hear that this is someone who knows, who has content, very deep content. But now, how does it translate to my performance when I live here?
I hear you. Let's see another concern so that we, because I was just getting to the winding up with a small example. I hear your case in terms of more, it's more theoretical than the practical. I'm sorry about that, but I'd actually planned to have this thing for about 6 hours. So getting to make it, to squeeze it more was a bit technical. So I had just to bring it out the way I had without having so many gaps in between. But we'll look at one small real life example. I hope it's going to help us out in terms of understanding it. So can we continue, or do we start from here now?
Yes.
We continue.
Yeah, let's continue.
Let's continue. So we get the small, there's just a small example. I don't know that you'll have it as an exercise, but we can go through it slowly so that we get to picking exactly what we want. After this, we'll just have the example. So let me just finish where I'd reached. I was saying that under internal processes, if these are the objectives, then we have KPIs that would apply to excellent recruitment process. We have KPIs that would apply here, KPIs that would apply here, and those that would apply here. Okay.
See you later.
So,
See you later.
and this is what we were looking at here in terms of internal processes. So we had just talked about under internal processes, if our strategic objective is applying excellent recruitment process, it means the key performance indicators would be like maybe looking at the average lead time to recruit employees, or recruiting cost per employee, performance of new recruits during the first few years or 1 or 2 years of employment. Then, if developing strategic competencies was going to be the strategic objective, it means we would be looking at other KPIs, either average lead time to develop strategic competencies, average lead time to close strategic competencies gap, or percentages of strategic competencies available within the organization. So then, more strategic objectives under internal, we have implementing best talent management practices, and then the last one is optimizing performance management. So under implementing best talent management practices, the key performance indicators would be number of qualified talents per strategic position, or progress of talent development plan versus actual, and or percentage of senior managers who have been promoted to achieve this. So under optimizing of performance management systems, the key performance indicator would be average competency assessment scores, or a number of performance sessions conducted. Now, looking at this is the last one, under learning and growth. Yeah, under learning and growth, we had 2: developing internal HR capabilities and optimizing technology or deploying HR information systems. So these are 2 strategic objectives. If we took one, developing internal HR capabilities, it means the performance indicator would be performance of HR employees who develop an individual development plan, or percentages of HR employees who fully execute the individual development plan. That is under this. And under optimizing technology, deploy HR information systems, the key performance indicator would be progress of HR portal implementation, maybe if you have a HR portal, and then accuracy levels on the HR database. So I think we go to the small, like I've said, a small overview or an example of now real life of an organization, so you can see what it would be looking like. So now a template for performance scorecard table for HR manager would look like this, yeah? Would have key result areas, the activities, there could be like the deliverables, yeah? Key results areas, and then we have key performance indicators. Key performance indicators. And then we'll have the weighting, the target, the actual, and the score and the final score. So under this, when we're talking about this template for HR manager, if recruitment is our key results area, it means our key performance indicator would be something like this: average lead time to recruit. Our key result data is recruitment. What about it? We want to understand the average lead time to recruit these employees. The weightings would be like now the priority areas in terms of your HR as you as the HR manager. What are your priorities, or what weightings? What do you do most of the time in the organization? Is recruitment more? You have a question?
Yes, I have a question. This is Rachel Kimani.
Yes, Rachel.
On the table you are displaying, under the first key result area recruitment, I have a concern on the second key performance indicator, performance score of new employees within 6 months. We want to measure the performance of HR based on the performance of employees, yet to a greater extent, the employee themselves have a responsibility on the degree of competence they showcase or productivity they provide. You can offer all the support, but then the staff doesn't pick up. So I think at some that indicator would be more subjective to use against HR as a function or as a department.
Okay, like I said.
I'm thinking before you get to the performance score, you already have a performance management system in place.
Yes.
Now, about the performance management system in place, what have you need to make sure that you get the best out of the employee's performance? I guess that's why it becomes a key performance indicator.
Yes.
For the HR person, because there are things you have put in place already to be able to the performance score. My 2 cents.
Sorry?
My 2 cents.
Thank you. That's a good observation. Yes, someone else maybe? Okay. Is there someone else with that concern?
Yes, Madam Jocelyn.
Yes, yes. Yeah.
I think let me just pitch in. I think there is an aspect of HR input within the first 6 months an employee joins an institution. Let's look at from the very first time the employee comes in, what kind of induction process do you have? How do you onboard that particular employee? What are the tools? What are the tools that you'll provide as an HR function to enable that particular employee be able to settle down fast? Because we have seen there is also even employees who before the 6 months, if they were not onboarded properly, if they are not provided the right tools, there is that culture shock, and you find them saying even before the 6 months, this is not where I belong. So there is a measure within the first 6 months that HR, or the recruitment, the recruitment function has to play a part. And I think it is the success of the 6 months that determine how well an employee is going to onboard and be able to perform even at a higher level or at a low level. Thank you.
Good. I think that's very good. Sorry, someone else wants to say something?
Yes. My name is Catherine.
Yeah.
And my concern is
yes.
In as much as maybe we see this table over and over again, I have a great feeling that we have the tendency to use the easier ones because it's very easy to measure recruitment. But pick something like onboarding, where you need to do something like the culture, or change of processes, where you need to do something like change management, which hardly appears in the key result areas and which is a sticky issue in a lot of HR processes. So a lot of times training, fine, you do training, you can measure the hours, but what exactly is the impact of that training, whether you did the hours or not? I could achieve 100% on training on the hours, but does that change the work? So I strongly feel that we need to go deeper. Just forget recruitment, forget training, forget productivity, which is easily measurable. Go to the real HR issues that, like culture, for example, like change management, for example, that are really sticky and that are really the key areas that would make HR a strategic partner in any organization in terms of performance management. That is my contribution. Thank you.
I wish we were having a one-on-one out there so we draw things on the board. But I'm very impressed. This is really showing that we are getting something out of this. Someone else is saying something.
They just need to mute. Maybe the host
can mute. Please mute your mute your mic. So very good interaction. I really like that. like we said again, these KPIs could be unique to your organization, by the way, and depending on what you want to measure, just like one of us talked about it in terms of even looking at the recruitment and assessing the performance score for new employees within the 6 months. The 6 months could be tied within something else. You can actually still continue breaking it down because one, this might not be cast on stone. It depends on how you're breaking it down to measure what you want to measure. And still, like we said, you must measure what you can. You must monitor what you can measure. You cannot be measuring what you cannot monitor. So by the time you're breaking them down to this KPI, then you understand exactly what is going on. And that is why every employee must come on board to get to understand what is our goal here. What do we want to measure here? How do you want to measure it? If you're talking about it in terms of performance score for new employees within the 6 months, it means, like one of us said, the gentleman, that you're looking at the onboarding process. How long does it take? What are the components of the HR? Does it even involve consultation within the employee and the supervisor and the HR manager? And then how well do the employees get them to settle down, and how well are they even supervised? So within 6 months, by the way, if it is recruitment, for me, it's like an appraisal, a probationary period in terms of employment. So do you want to continue having an employee without even understanding how well they perform within their first 6 months to see whether they're actually like getting retained or they're going to be going away? So very important. I really like the discussion, very nice. At least we are jogging our minds to get to understand exactly what is going on, what would be better and what would be a bit tricky for us. But this is what we had to share in terms of the examples. But that is a good observation. I like it. And for those who are already doing it, I'm sure we are already picking a few things from what we are seeing and also trying to jog our minds to see what is it we are looking at in terms of a bigger picture from the key performance indicators or from the key result areas, then rolling out to pick the key performance indicators. Because again, another thing, you see other key performance indicators, you're also picking what would really work for you in your organization. Maybe this would not work for someone else, but could be working for another person, but depending on how you again roll it down to get to understand it. But thank you so much for that contribution. At least it is making me feel like there's something. And it's really unfortunate that we didn't do a lot of practicals. So anyway, from that, for the sake of just finishing, for this was just like the last few slides to give us an example of this, so we are not swaying from what I'd already developed. But I hear you, Rachel, in terms of these are very key, yes, but there could be other technical ones. And again, they could be key for someone else, but for another person who is still starting up, you have to start from somewhere to now continue developing others that you think are key, and those that would help you actually achieve what you want to achieve, because you also don't want to go into too much without understanding or knowing whether it's going to add value to your deliverables or add value to the strategy or the organizational overall goal. But thank you so much for your contribution. So under the recruitment, we are saying that the key results area, key results areas are the main goals that HR manager needs to accomplish. So now this is what the HR needs to accomplish. And then of course, the key performance indicator are the measurable indicators used to evaluate. So now these measurable indicators would actually be different, like one of us was saying. We'd look at them differently, or do we want to develop even more or less or something different from this under recruitment? So it could be different. It could be recruitment, yes, but what you want to pick here would be totally different to help you like drive your strategy to achieving what you want to achieve from the Balance Scorecard and to support the overall organization. So then the weighting now, I was actually explaining this. The weighting now comes in terms of understanding or determining what is your priority based on the weights that would be there, and most of the time the weights are out of 100. So you'll find that you look at what is it that happens a lot in your organization. Okay, there are people who are, if your organization is more of a recruiting agency, what would you do? This would be maybe your key thing. Training and development, maybe someone else would be looking at this as their key. Someone else would be looking at something different. So all this would be picking your weightings in terms of what you engage yourself in most of the time at that point in time. So then you put your KPI, you match your KPI against that, depending on what you have already developed. Then we have the target. The targets are defined based on historical data and future expectations. What is your target in terms of when do you want to achieve this? When should you have achieved this? So now these are what is supposed to be put here. So it can be within 30 days, within 10 days, within the next month or something like that. And this would come in also when we are doing performance management in our performance, or when we are setting objectives. We are saying these are the activities you are going to be engaging in. So by when should we see these results? So when we are doing now the reviews, these results would come into also to be checked. Are we really within what we said we are going to be operating? What would have been the issues? Were there other gaps? Was the KPI then maybe meaningful at that point in time? So this actually helps us to also identify whether our KPIs were meaningful, whether they are of value, whether they're helping us to support the organizational strategy. And then, of course, I want to end there. That in order to measure contributions of HRM to corporate results, a measurement system has to be established, which is like the Balance Scorecard, because it breaks down the corporate strategy to each level of a company and describes measures accordingly, with finally making HRM role measurable. And like we said, again, a Balance Scorecard is just a mix of the financial and the other behavioral aspects in terms of the scorecard or the deliverables of HR. And it is based on the 4 perspectives, like we saw again in our earlier communication, where we are saying that we have the financial, we have the internal business processes, the innovation and learning, or learning and growth, and then the customer. And then the questions that would help us then attain what we want to attain, and how we want to relate the perspectives in terms of helping an organization achieve its objective. I want to end there unless there's a concern or a question maybe. Are you there? Hello?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So any concern, but okay, maybe we can get another, if I got more time and got to pick my issues right, we could still do a now more practical thing. Not today, but maybe at a time to be agreed on. We can do more practical, so we get everybody on board to do something.
Thank you, Mwalim.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me, Mwalimu.
Yes.
Excuse me, Mwalimu.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes,
I know
yes.
before the last example you've shown, I was kind of confused because I know when you're doing a scorecard, you took us through the main scorecard, then you took us through the HR scorecard. And what I know is if in an organization you have HR department, finance department, whatever, at the end of the day, you're supposed to feed into the main scorecard.
Yes.
So that you see on the other side appearing maybe customer perspective, then you feed what is under maybe the key results areas, and then the KPIs. When you go to financial again, but okay, this one kind of confused me, but at the end, maybe your summary made me understand. But maybe for somebody who is learning for learning purposes, for somebody at the end of the day, you may get confused and start thinking HR scorecard is kind of different from the main scorecard. And then the other thing is, from my understanding is, everybody's scorecard is derived from their JD. You may have departmental HR scorecard, but at the end of the day, there's a JD for each
Yes,
person.
but by the end of the day, there's a JD. Hello? You are getting lost. I'm losing you.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's I thought the JD is the one that you're supposed to define what you're going to put into that scorecard.
From the individual point of view, yes, but it must be linked to the learning and growth.
Overall.
Yes,
overall,
yes, yes. Yeah, you're right.
With regard to scorecard and performance appraisal, should the scorecard actually replace the performance appraisal, because performance appraisals tends to be more subjective?
No, okay, it doesn't really like replace, but it complements. So it's actually a measurement tool. So what other organizations do, it's a performance appraisal, but this is the tool that is used. Other organizations use management objective. Other organizations will be using something totally different. So this is just one of the tools that would be used. Now, for it not to be subjective, we have organizations that even use both this and the management objectives. We have others who use this and the 360. Sometimes you find them merging it together, but it should not be a replacement of that.
Okay, understood.
Yeah, okay. Someone else, please? Maybe I should stop sharing. Are we okay?
Yes, we are.
Yes, we are. Thank you, Rachel. You just need a practical session.
Next time, yeah.
Yes, that's very good, Lucy. I hear you. In fact, maybe we'll talk to Dan and see whether you can give us an hour or two at an appropriate time so we can do it more practical. We'll talk to Dan. Someone else?
I'll just add an insight.
Yes.
I could add an insight into Sabrina's concern about the subjectivity of an appraisal.
Yes.
How we make it more objective is that to ensure by the time we are setting up the appraisal tool, that it is a reflection of the kind of output a particular job demands at the end of the cycle. That way then, it will not be subjective. And if it's a reflection of the work to be delivered by that role, it means that it adds into overall objectives of the particular, exactly. So that way it will not be subjective.
Very true. And that is why, Rachel, thank you so much. That is why, again, it's really important, but by the time you're even implementing any performance appraisal tool, ensure that your employees are trained thoroughly, starting from the management all the way, so that everyone understands. By the time you're even sitting to set your objectives, then you are sure that these objectives are looking like they are measurable. They are also linked to the organizational objective. Without that training and without them, the team understanding, then again, it can be very subjective. Someone else? So are we good to go?
Not yet, Mwalim.
Yes, Regina.
Thank you. I want to echo what you have spoken about, and that what you have taken us through is very key for us as HRs, and you have really tried to bring it out because it is wide, and you have mentioned that it is very wide. So you have done really very well. And for me, I think based on what you have taken us through and the interactions that we are having, then it's basically to encourage all of us that this is the way to go. This is the language to speak. If, for example, we as HRs, then we are saying we want to be strategic partners, we need to understand the language of the content that you have taken us through. If we want to if then we are able to speak the language that is aligning our HR deliverables to the strategies of the company, we'll get the nod, in terms of that corporate nod, like agreement. We'll get the nod that we have been looking for. And I strongly feel and encourage all of us to really, I know issues of performance management and measurement and strategy is not exciting, But I would really urge all of us to really get excited about these topics, because these are the topics that will take us, they will secure for us a voice, they will secure for us a seat, even in the boardroom. And ideally, it's about we HR taking up these roles and being the leaders, the leaders that we should be, and so that we are seen to be of value addition to the companies we are working for, because every company wants to talk performance, every company wants to talk measurement, every company wants to talk success in terms of how well are the people who we are spending money on, maybe on payroll or something, how well are they then contributing in terms of events utilization and all that. So yes, what you have taken us through is very good, it's very key, it's something we really need to embrace. So if, for example, you get another forum and another session and you can take us to a higher level, we would be glad to be part of that too. So thank you very much. And to also thank the facilitator, the AHCRP, for what they are making us success. So I'm glad, I feel refreshed. I'm grateful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Regina. Thank you. Thank you. Someone else? Before I take the program back to them. So I really appreciate your contribution, and but I wish it was a bit longer, like you're saying, interactive in terms of getting to do it together, so we get to understand some of the nitty-gritties, but we can talk to them. So you can organize that one of these days, so we go through it and finalize on a better note, or on a stronger note, because I know not all of us are doing this. A few of us want to start, but like we said, it's wide, it's broad, and it needed a little more time. So thank you very much, and I will I'll give the program back to Dan to close.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. And thank you so much, Madam CHLP Jocelyn Omsebe, for a training, for taking us through this training, which I would say was very informative. The concerns and the feedback given by our presenters is very well. I've taken note of that we need more. And I hope, Jocelyn, you are listening to that.
Yes, yes.
That we need more practical lessons. You say now, most of our participants are not school going. They are not young. They are people who are working, So they need to know more. They need to benchmark. They need best practices. They need to know how things are done. The best way to do what they do. So to all our participants, wherever you are, the point is taken for more practicals. And now, for purposes of moving forward, our next training, although I need to do a little bit of explanation, this particular training was one CPD point. One CPD point, that is how it ended up having 3 hours, not 6 hours. Now, CPD points are owned by IHRM. We subject our training program to IHRM for approval. And as I said last time, and for the benefit of those who are not there that time, we usually carry out CPD earning programs, not any other training, so that we add value to your time. We don't get you involved in a time-wasting activity. Now, having said that, this particular training was awarded 1 point. On realizing that, yesterday I was at IHRM, and I realized it doesn't make a lot of sense for, if you are to do one CPD point courses 111. then by the end of the day, we are going to be so tired. And you shall have, I saw a cartoon yesterday where somebody was having so many certificates. Amezibeba na bag kubwa. So our next training shall be, we will have 3 CPD points. However, it will take place in 3 Saturdays, 3 hours per day. That is on, I've already shared that via text. That will be on, if you check your text, the chat, that will be on August 29th, 9 a.m. to 12 p.m., 3 hours, September 5, and September 12. Each time or each Saturday, 3 hours. We have 3 sets of trainers. We shall have Dr. Stanley Karanja, and I had seen Dr. Stanley Pleasant. I don't know whether he's still there.
He has left.
Then, oh, he has left, eh?
Yes,
Okay.
but he's aware he's facilitating next weekend.
Very well, very well. Thank you. We shall have Dr. Stanley Karanja. Then we shall have Dr. Loda Selem. And finally, we shall have Jocelyn Omsembe. The cost shall be 3,000. That will be for 3 CPD points. The certificate will be awarded on September 12th at the end of the program. So we shall have Module 1 on 29th August, Module 2 on 5th September, then Module 3 on 12th September. So I try as much as possible to bring to you the best trainers. And now with the 3 facilitators, we are able to, and they already know the feedback from this program, that we need more practicals than theories. So I look upon, or I look forward to seeing all of you present. And I know most of you now have already, or they are nearing acquiring the 10 CPD points. So let's grab these 3 points. I've shared the registration link. The purpose of using this registration link, it is going to make work easier for you. You just click the Zoom link to register for the webinar. This will be our webinar number 50. Okay, if you use this registration link, it's going to make your work easier. And for purposes of now the other 2 webinars, you shall be using the same login details utapata that you will receive upon registration. So it becomes easier for you to manage what you are doing. But for the certificates, you shall be able to acquire them or download them from our usual portal, that is achlp.biz. Now, for those who are attending this particular webinar today, if you've not paid for, if you had not paid for the participation, you are free to do so. And upon your payment, I was doing some explanation to someone this morning that there is a difference between making a payment and registering for the webinar. You register for the webinar on your portal achlp.biz, where you enter the transaction code. But for this particular, this next training, that is on HR business partnering, which is strongly tied to HR balance scorecard and the HR measurement and metrics, we need to tie them together. For purposes of registering for this, use the we use the link provided for. It will be shared on our Telegram portal. It will also be shared on our WhatsApp portal. It will also be sent to your email for ease of access. Then as we move forward, you would realize that the HR business partnering, although when I was looking, writing the word partnering, they want us to use the word collaborating. Like the word partnering has an issue, but then it is HR business partnering. This will tie or will conclude the topics on HR metrics, the topic on HR business scorecard, and the three trainers will give a concluding remark, such that by the end of the day, you would have been able to also develop a balance scorecard. Like Dr. Stanley Karaja is a certified balance scorecard practitioner. So we would have the benefit of learning from. You want to say, okay, very well. Now, at this particular point, I want to demonstrate something. I don't want to take a lot of your time to demonstrate something, because I found that some participants get challenges in one, getting their registration or webinar, joining credentials, how to get the certificates, how to access the notes after the training. And I want you to see what I'll do. It takes less than a minute to enroll for a training. It also takes less than a minute to access your webinar credentials. And the good thing with registering on the ACHRP portal, you don't need to print your certificates zote ubebane nazo. You print them when you want them. And because they are already in PDF format, when you are renewing your membership with IHRM, you just attach the PDF format. So I save you we save you the money of having to scan the certificates. Now, there is something I was forgetting. IHRM is insisting that after every webinar, I submit the names of the participants. Now, the only way I would be able to submit the names of the participants, for example, for this particular webinar, is if the participants had enrolled on the ACHRP portal. And remember, there are those present here who would attest that once you register once, or if you already registered, you don't create your account again. What you will be doing, you shall be logging in to enroll. You just log in to enroll. Can I hear someone who has tried that? That once you have an account, you don't create a new account. You just sign in. Some confirmation?
That's true.
That's true.
That's true.
Yes, it's true.
Oh, very well, very well. And our photo, Bete Movie, yes?
I'm saying it is true.
Very well. And you've confirmed now that for those who started us with in 2017, 2018, they can still find their certificates online. They can find their materials, the notes. They are still there in that portal. You can find all your courses there. It's a very nice portal. It arranges your courses from zile ulifanya kitambo ziko chini, the most recent at the top. Even when you are enrolling for the training, the upcoming training will be the #1 course at the top. So you don't have to look for it all over. Let me share my screen. Then we can have the question answer session at the end of this. I did not necessarily question answer. I'm not the trainer. What we do is ile kuongea maneno tunajuana. That is, I really enjoy that. So let me share my screen. The first screen I'm going to share is this one, where I guess somebody is building something, which is all right. This is our Telegram portal or channel. They'll offer You see where my cursor is pointing? There are over 3,772 members. All of them participate and discuss HR questions, HR queries, share best practices, and they help one another on a daily basis. Sometimes I log in and I find there are over several hundred chats. The good thing with Telegram chats are saved in the cloud, and the photos are also saved in the cloud. They don't interfere with your phone memory. That's the good thing with Telegram. So after this discussion, if you are not on Telegram, let me know. Then I'll add you on this chat group. Telegram can accommodate 100,000 members. So we've been building this slowly since 2016. So we are at 3,772. It's a good thing. So I've stopped sharing that. That is Telegram channel. Now, let me hide the floater because I guess it is so it's hiding some of the things that you might want to see. I want to demonstrate how the e-learning portal works. And if you notice, we've changed our logo to also appear to appear nice like an academy. See, so I'm logging out on my portal. I've logged out. When you go to ACHLP, see where my cursor is pointing. When you type achlp.biz, that is the home page. That's what you get. Then you'll see on your emails, mostly we may sign in here to enroll. If you have an account, you don't create another one. If you don't have an account, below there is a place indicating don't have an account. Click here to register. That is when you don't have an account. But if you have an account like I do, you enter your email and password. And if you're using a personal laptop, you can click remember me. Then next time you are signing in, you don't have to put your password again. And then there are those who request me to reset their passwords. Then immediately nimempatia the new password and I'll change tena, then anasahau. If I were you, I would not change that. Nobody will guess your email, both your email and password. And in case they do, and I would want you to try it, nobody can delete your courses from your portal. Even me, when I log in, I'm unable to delete the courses I have already taken. So let me sign in. And whoever is who has a background that is building something, you want to mute their mic. So there. I've logged in, although I guess my my net was a little bit slow. I don't know what is the issue. Now, if you log into your portal, today, that is what you will see. A very clean slate. Course number 1, if you've already taken the course, it will indicate course, the take course column is at the end. It will indicate that the course has already been taken. So I've already taken those courses. I usually do that to see whether the course is working properly. But if I were to take this particular course, I could see there are some that I've not taken, like organizational change and development. If I checked that box, the amount payable will appear there. The M-Pesa pay bill number is indicated there as 853.13. You don't type anything there. Account number is your ID number. Hey, you can print your invoice. If you click print invoice, it is going to give you an invoice for this particular course that you have selected. After you've made payment, and if a course has an offer, don't be worried about if a course is indicating 4,000, but we are giving an offer of 1,000, just pay 1,000, then enter the transaction code there. Then click submit. That is how to enroll for a training. Let me, for example, now assume this is you. This is course number 79. Since I had not taken it, I want to enroll for this. And assuming I've already made payment, so my son is Semi, and we could say is Semi Noel. So we could say that is my M-Pesa code, and we could add 10 there. So that is my M-Pesa code, and I click submit. You realize the only thing I've done, I've only checked. I've checked the course, then entered the M-Pesa code. You could also do that for multiple courses by checking multiple courses. And make one payment instead of making single payments. Now, there was a message which I've already removed there that said the course registered successfully. And this system has automatically taken me from take courses to my courses. But it is showing that organizational change and development is pending. You see? And the receipt is also pending. And the presentation is also pending. Now, this is the question that most people know. The moment you enroll, you say, hey, no, I can still see my course is pending. No, relax. Once you've registered that you are able to see that, when the admin logs in, they are able to approve your course and you will be able to view the presentation. For today's training, which is course number 106, HR Balance Scorecard. If you look at the certificates column, it is still pending. That certificate is released after the training or at the end of the day, automatically released. And the scorecard for participation is also released. You can download your receipt, and by the way, you can be able to view the presentation for this particular training by clicking view. Let's do two things at the same time. So if I click view, this is what will happen. For those who fast, can we get the presentation? Can we get the notes? Our materials are copyrighted. So you are only able, they are only meant for the participant. And the participant can make their own notes to create their mini presentation for another session elsewhere. However, the particular material is only accessible in your portal. Or unless now I bring somebody along with me to see what I'm seeing on my screen. And how to go through the presentation, you click next page, you're able to move like that. Next page, this was today's presentation. Now, something very interesting. If your course is already approved, the webinar link is on the left-hand side. I hope all of you can see where the webinar link is, indicating the topic, the trainer, the webinar link, the webinar ID, the webinar password, the webinar date. Again, at the end of the day, certificate available on 22nd August. This will become live and you can be able to see your certificate. Remember, this particular training was recorded live. So after we are through with this session, I'll upload the YouTube video. You can now play both the presentation and alternate with the YouTube video. So the YouTube video will be playing there. Let me go back maybe to a course that has a YouTube video. Then you will see what happened. For instance, don't worry. Our last training, which if you missed, you can still pay for it, was HR measurement and metrics. There, this one has already been worked on. I can access my certificate. That is why it shows download certificate. And you need to unmute your mic, to mute your mic, because whoever is making noise. You see, again, I'm the principal of the academy. Now, you are able to, for a course that has taken place, your download certificate will be green in color. And if you click on it, your certificate will be downloaded. And then you have my courses. You have your YouTube video. Let's see how this will play. You see, that was the YouTube video for the training on HR measurement and metrics. And there I am, I'm playing the video. So if you are tired, kufuata the PowerPoint, you can, there I am.
Or to establish areas that need improvement. When we carry out HR measurements, it will be able to show us our areas of strength, our areas of weakness, we can be able to focus resources to improve on those areas that we are not doing well. Let me give you an example today. We are in the COVID era, and maybe if you...
Very good. You can see that you're able to see to view the video. You're able to view the presentations. You're able to download your certificate on this column, the scorecard on that column, the receipt on that column, then the presentation. Now, the course I've just taken, I cannot view the presentation because it is inactive. Why? Because the admin would be required, say, to log in. Let's see whether this admin is logged in. The admin there is logged out. So I would log in as admin at some point to see what is, now I'm logging in as admin. There I am. I'm in. Right now, I can see up there on the dashboard that there are 3 pending approvals. I would open them like that, and you can see the first course is organizational development. And that is the course I've just taken. And I see something is missing there. I need to see what it is. I can see that Luce Apollo has already enrolled for Balance Scorecard as we were speaking. So I'll come over and see. This is what I compare. I will check the payment code that is shown there. That is that. This was from, she enrolled today, she paid 2,500, so I update. And I move to the next step of approving. I've approved. Just like that. If you say Apollo you're there. If you log into your account, you'll be able to access your notes the same way I'm doing. You can see there is Lucy Kenyingi there. So I would come over there and change the price there and update. Then after that, I've approved. So Lucy Kinyingi, you can now be able to view your courses the same way I was seeing mine. And since I have paid zero price with a fictitious code, so I will put, because this is also an accounting system, I will put 0 so that it does not give me erroneous figures. I've updated and I have approved. So if I go to my courses, if I go to my courses and refresh this, you would see now I can be able to view the presentation. This course, the organizational change and development, this is a course that was taken in 2018, but I can still be able to view the presentation by clicking view. Let's look at that. Those days we were not advanced, we didn't have webinar, we didn't know about Zoom, things were normal. So on the left hand side, you will find that the link, the webinar link part is empty, the webinar ID was empty, the webinar password was empty. But for purposes of moving, this is a training on organizational change and development. And by the way, for those who are doing CHRP, this is a very good presentation for you. If you are doing organizational change and development, these notes are from the source. You can be able to learn this. And the good thing, you can still be able to get your certificate after the training. Assuming I've done that, I've gotten my you are able to get your certificate. I know I'm not sharing this one. Let me save it on the desktop, then I'll be able to share. See then our new look certificate. So this is our this is how this one works, and we are also going to develop videos for this at some appropriate point. But now let me share something else. So I go back to the meeting. So there, I stopped sharing. So I'm done with the sharing, and I just want to share one other thing, the certificate, you see how it looks like. So that is how the certificate looks like, and it has a unique identifier there, and we've decided to call the certificate certificate of achievement because you've achieved, because you've gone through some training, and the certificate will be issued on the date when you've done the course. Now, with that unique identifier, if somebody you've presented that certificate somewhere, you'll be free to if you've presented that certificate somewhere, you will be free to somebody will be able or can be able to verify that certificate on our portal by going to verify certificate. See that? There is that icon for verify certificate where if you enter the certificate number and submit, it shows that the certificate, this is a valid certificate, so course title issued on which date, and the issuer of that certificate. And so I would say we are moving on very well. But let's, I can say that, so what we do, unless there, I would allow anybody with a suggestion, I would really want to talk to Oh, my video was muted. I'm sorry. Now, we can be able to do what? We can be able to share or discuss something on the way forward. And if there is a trainer amongst you, someone who feels they can train or they would want to get mentored to do training, talk to us. Then we will see what happens. John Minor?
Yes, Dan, how are you?
Fine, thank you.
Asante sana. Tumejifunza pia leo tumejifunza. I think now we have understood whatever we are running on Saturday on the HR metrics. But I have seen some people requesting that maybe we can change the starting time from 9 to 8 for the weekends training.
Oh, to 8?
Yes, from 9 to 8 in the morning, because I think that's more flexible. Because if we start at 9 and then we were to finish at 1:30, now we're at 2:30. So I think it would be better that way.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you for that feedback. Before maybe I have taken this matters very far, I would change the time to 8.
Okay, thanks.
Maybe put it at 8:30.
Yeah, that's better. Maybe for the rest.
Okay. Okay, very well. And you realized that your Telegram account was restored, eh?
Yes, you did. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Someone else? Betty Muthi, are you there? Edith Omkubi? Eunice Gikonyo? Irene Kideka? Yeah, I know. So what we do, let's agree to have a meeting on Saturday, but I'm available on phone 0722 0722 300 245. You can always reach me on that at any time. You can text, you can call. Whenever I find a text, I do my best to respond to that. So I would say we can be able to discuss even after this. Thank you, and let's have a very good afternoon. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye all.
Bye.
Yes, Felista. Thank you.
I'm here.
Irene Sasa. Neka.
Dennis.
Yes, how are you?
How are you?
Hi, Captain. Fine, thank you.
Add me to the other mtandao.
Telegram.
Yeah?
Telegram group.
Yes.
Okay.
Please send me also the Telegram link.
Okay, what you do, is it possible to chat me up so that I can reply with the link?
Okay.
Thank you. Irene, how are you? Irene, hi.
Hi, Dan.
Fine. How are you?
Fine, thank you.
Karibu miaka mingi bila kuona wewe.
Niko.
Karibu sana. Thanks. And I appreciate you for participating.
Thank you.
Asante.
Okay.
Miriam Gitonga, Yvonne, Anjoel,